All right. Welcome to the second podcast with me. My name is Gary.
Yo, what's going on? This is Mikey. Sorry,
And
I was trying to get to the stream and I didn't see it showing up on there yet. There it is.
oh no, you're good. You're good. But today we're going to start off with doing AEW Revolution predictions. But before we get into it, we have a very special guest with us today.
Ninja Stalker 2
Hello,
is
I'm
now
Brandon. I'm your special
streaming
guest
to the
today.
Revolution
Background noise not
KT2
included.
Podcast episode 2.
So with Brandon being our special guest, he is going to be part of a new little competition thing we're doing where every pay-per-view for WWE, NXT, AEW, New Japan, we're going to be doing our predictions, and then
Hey Chad.
in a year, when the year's over with, whoever has the most points will be the champion, and then
Hey.
the following year, that person will have to put their title on the line again.
Oh yeah, I'm going for it. I'm always going for the top spot.
Yeah. So, let's get started. The first match for AEW Revolution, which is this Sunday, is Christian Cage versus Jungle Boy Jack Perry in a no holds barred match.
Okay, so Gary, to explain the overall premise of why this is happening.
So the overall premise behind this match is Christian Cage, Jungle Boy, and Luchasaurus used to be a tag team. And then Christian Cage turned on Jungle Boy, and as did Luchasaurus. Jungle Boy's already fought against Luchasaurus in a steel cage match at the last AEW pay-per-view, which he won. So now his attention has turned to Christian Cage. And that is basically how this match came about, was because Christian Cage turned heel on Jungle Boy.
Did you say he was fighting somebody named Luchasaurus?
Yes,
he is a dinosaur.
He is a dinosaur.
He is an actual dinosaur. He is from 65 million years in the past. This is canon.
Yes.
Okay.
He wrestles in like a kind of Triceratops-ish kind of mask.
Yes. His finishing move is called the tail whip, which is basically just like a spinning kick.
Like a
round
spinning
kick
back, kind of like a spinning back kick to the head.
Yeah.
He also choke slams you sometimes, and he does a moonsault afterwards. Luchasaurus is like 6'10", like
Yeah, he's tall.
he's a big man. He's a big man.
Big beefy man, yes. But it's Christian Cage versus Jungle Boy Jack Perry. I will start off. I believe that Jungle Boy Jack Perry walks out with the victory here.
Okay, you just said it was a no-holds-barred match, right? It's not
Yes.
like in a cage or Hell in
No.
a Cell or
No.
the
It's just
equivalent.
no
or-
disqualifications.
It's a hardcore match, like what Mankind would have been in back
Yeah.
in Attitude Era.
Okay. I just think
This is
somebody with the
Chris-
name Jungle Boy would probably do better in a no disqualifications match.
This is Jack Perry. This is Luke Perry's son.
The actor Luke Perry.
Yeah. This is his son. Like and Christian Cage is Christian from Edge and Christian. Like
Yeah.
he's that guy.
Oh.
Yeah. To help
think-
so that way I can help give you like even more.
Yeah, I
think
probably
might
should have
actually go with
mentioned
Christian Cage.
Christian Cage for Brandon. Okay. Mikey, who do
Yeah.
you have?
See, it's rough for me because you know I'm how competitive I am, and I want to win.
Yeah, I know. I do too. I want this title.
So, I really would normally go with Christian, because like it makes a lot of sense to me that for him to win, like to get their rivalry going now that Christian's kind of just come off of like injury.
Yeah.
So it kind of makes sense to me that he would win.
So you're going
But-
with Christian.
Hold on,
Oh,
I haven't
okay,
made a
okay,
I haven't made
okay.
a choice yet. I'm explaining where I'm
Okay,
on my decisions. But it does also still make a lot of sense for Jungle Boy to win, to continue to show like how good he is. But he could also still look strong in defeat if Luchasaurus gets involved,
Mm-hmm.
being that he is on Christian's side. And like that could once again keep the rivalry going a little bit longer to show to get more heat on this rivalry since Christian did just come back.
Right.
But I am going to go with Jungle Boy winning.
All right. That is me and Mikey with Jungle Boy Jack Perry and Brandon with Christian Cage. The
But
next match,
I literally can see it going either way on that one.
yeah. I think you have it right. I think if Luchasaurus does get involved, I think Christian Cage will win. But I'm still going to go with Jungle Boy.
Sounds like it's a rivalry, so it could definitely go either way, right?
Exactly.
Yeah, it definitely
could. This is only like their second actual match at a pay-per-view. Like because like Christian got injured after their last one.
Yeah.
Which Christian won, I believe, because of Luchasaurus getting involved.
Yes, that is correct. The next match is Ricky Starks versus Chris Jericho, and Chris Jericho's Jericho Appreciation Society is banned from ringside. So it's just Ricky Starks versus Chris Jericho. No one can interfere.
Okay, who's going first on this?
Let's have you go first.
All right. I'm going with Ricky. Because Jericho has no problem losing and helping build up the newer talent. And this rivalry, like, Jericho's got a win on him already because of the Appreciation Society. So it could, like, and it's kind of the same situation with, like, the Christian Jungle Boy thing. Like, it could honestly go either way to me. Like, and they could still keep the rivalry going as well. Like, beyond to another match to still have a blow off, like, best of 2 out of 3, like, winner kind of thing going. I think Ricky's going to take it because of how good he is and how high, like, of a ceiling he's got. Like, and Jericho definitely is somebody that has no problem building a star.
Yeah, I agree. Brandon.
It was who versus Chris Jericho again?
Ricky Starks.
Part of the problem here is another name I don't recognize, but I recognize Chris Jericho, because who doesn't know Chris Jericho?
Exactly.
Right.
Been around forever.
Yeah.
Ricky Starks.
Actually, speaking of Ricky Starks, how much experience does he have?
He's got a few years experience. He's not like that long. He's actually pretty young. He's in like his late 20s.
Yeah.
He's kind of got like a Randy Orton feel, but he's got his signature is like a spear that's rivals Edge.
Yeah, his spear is pretty good.
Look and intensity, and his finisher is called the Rochambeau. He kind of picks you up like where your back's like on his shoulder, and he's got your like head and like he's holding you by your armpits. Like your head's next to your face is next to each other, and then he flips you over into like a kind of like a sit out like face buster thing.
Yeah, that's definitely hard to describe.
Yeah,
it's really cool looking though.
Yeah, he's a very talented. He was Taz made him the FTW champion, which he defended for about like a year without losing.
He had it for almost a year. Yeah. Then he lost it to Taz's son.
He's been in a lot of high profile. He's been in a lot of high profile feuds. Like he's been in feuds with the main world champion MJF. Like it was very short lived, but it was just it was to show like he can be up there in the mix for the world title scene.
Okay. I'm gonna go against the norm and go for the guy that's not the name I know this time.
Ricky Starks?
Yeah.
Well,
I thought it was Ricky, but I'm terrible with names apparently.
This is our first unanimous decision, because I'm also going with Ricky Starks on this one. for the exact reasons that Mikey said. Chris Jericho has no issues losing a match at a pay-per-view if it means that a younger talent gets put over. He is one that really loves to give back to younger talent and make stars out of people.
And that's
So
what he's
that
been
way-
doing with AEW since the
Yeah.
beginning. That's why he decided, he agreed with Tony Khan to be the first world champion, was because he wanted to put the eyes on the product as the name. He's like, this is what's going to help get eyes on the product, to show how good these younger talents can be, how they deserve to be up there, and this is him giving back to the business, is this whole AEW run.
Yeah.
Okay.
The
He's
next,
put over so many people in AEW.
yeah, he has Sammy Guevara,
Orange Cassidy.
Which
No one believed Orange Cassidy besides me. I was the one person from the beginning that was like, Orange Cassidy is one of the best wrestlers around.
Hey, I agreed with you. I love Orange Cassidy. Anyways, going on to the next match, it is John Moxley versus Hangman Adam Page in a Texas death match.
John Moxley was Dean Ambrose in WWE.
Yeah. What is a Texas death match?
Okay, I'm not positive, because the only other Texas death match I know of, so I haven't seen this week's Dynamite. I haven't seen them explain the match. I've been behind
Same.
on getting caught up. So I don't know what they've stated the rules to be, but the only Texas death match I know of was from ECW, and it was between the Sandman and Mankind Cactus Jack at the time. And what it was is, you have to get a pinfall victory on your opponent first, and then then it becomes a last man standing match where they also have to stay down for 10 seconds.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
You think it's going to be like that?
And it has to, and if they get up before the 10 count, then once again you have to get a pinfall before the 10 count. That's how it had to be. You had to keep your opponent down for 13 seconds.
Oh, wow.
I honestly
And it
don't
was a hardcore.
know.
It was a hardcore match too, because Sandman got concussed and was literally unconscious most of that match.
Yep.
Oh,
on his
wow.
feet. It was a literal hardcore match. It was literal last man standing rules, but you had to get a pinfall before the last man standing. But like I said, I don't know if that's what the rules are for this Texas death match.
Yeah, I don't know what the rules are either. But we're going to start with Brandon on this one.
You said it was John Moxley and Adam Page, right?
Yes.
Hangman Adam Page.
Both
Yep.
former world champions.
Yep.
Ooh.
Both really good wrestlers.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
Extremely
I've
talented.
heard a lot of good things about Adam Page recently, so I'm going to go with him.
Okay. I am going to go with John Moxley as my choice. Mainly just for the fact that, he's been on a winning streak lately. He also did forgo his vacation when some shit went down.
John Moxley is literally the workhorse of the entire company.
Yeah.
He's literally the break glass in case of emergency.
He's
For
Brock
AEW.
Lesnar for AEW.
It's literally
Pretty much.
John Moxley. It's literally if anything goes wrong, John Moxley will save us.
Yeah. But Mikey,
Interesting.
who do you have?
I am going with Hangman because I believe in their rivalry. Hangman hasn't beat Moxley yet, and I think this is where he gets his win.
Okay.
And that's me. That's me once again. This is me assuming that it's just like the Mick Foley match, and it's just going to be fucking hell.
Yeah.
Somebody's going to be knocked the fuck out. Is me what I'm assuming,
Right.
as the winner of this.
To be fair, what we have to go off of, that seems like a pretty safe bet.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. The
I mean,
next
especially
match,
with the competitors involved, it's
Oh,
going
yeah.
to be a bloodbath.
There's going to be blood.
They're going to be bleeding. It is going to be like a 20-30 minute just brawl.
Alright, the next match is for the AEW World Trios Championship. It is the Elite, which is Kenny Omega and the Young Bucks, versus the House of Black, which is, of course, Malachi Black, also known as Aleister Black in WWE, Murphy, who was Buddy Murphy in WWE.
No, he's Buddy Matthews.
Buddy Matthews, sorry. You're right, Matthews. And then
He was Murphy / Buddy Murphy in WWE.
what is the third guy's name in House of Black? I can never remember his
Brody King,
Brody King.
who is just a monster. He's a 300-pound massive man who just it's kind of like it's more in shape Vader is what I would kind of think, like, because like Vader wasn't like an out of shape dude. He was just built like a linebacker, which is what he was.
Yeah.
But it's like if like he's a slimmer, like he's not like a slimmer version of Vader, where it's like he's still a bigger dude, like, because he is like a 300-pound man, but like it's not a bad shape. But he's also just a heavy hitter. Like that's what he hits like, is like what you would see with a Vader match.
Yeah.
Okay.
Malachi Black, like Gary said, is Aleister Black, Muay Thai practitioner from Amsterdam as well. Him and Buddy Matthews, they had a tremendous rivalry like in WWE that showed like how good both of them really were.
Yeah.
And how hard hitting they were. So 3 extremely talented men, and then of course the Elite are just, I mean, they're literally the guys that started the company. Their name is one of the 3 letters of AEW. And they are 3 of the best wrestlers in the world. Like, one of the best tag teams of all time, and one of the best wrestlers of all time in Kenny Omega.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. So I'm gonna go first on this one. AEW has a history of not really pushing the House of Black. They lose a lot, and unfortunately, I feel like this is another time where they're gonna get overlooked and not get the titles like they deserve. So I'm going with the Elite retains. Just based off of history.
All right. I'm going with House of Black, man. I think they're going to give him a chance.
You think?
I think they're going to give him a chance, like, to go over the Elite, like maybe start a good program with them for the titles. I mean, the Elite just did their like best of 7 against it was Death Triangle.
Yep.
Which they came on top of. While they aren't doing a whole lot like wrong, I could see like them trying to give House of Black a chance, and doing like a swap back and forth between them, between now and like maybe the next pay-per-view, like, or something, like have a nice long program between them.
Okay. Brandon, it's all up to you now.
Who did you say was on each team again? I mean,
The
I'm sure
Elite,
Aleister Black is... it's not his name anymore,
it's
is it, though?
Malachi Black.
It's Malachi.
Malachi Black.
Buddy Matthews, formerly Buddy Murphy / Murphy, and Brody King is House of Black. And then the Elite...
And Brody King was the guy you said was like a more in-shape Vader, right?
Yes.
Yes.
And then the Elite, which is Kenny Omega, Matt, and Nick Jackson.
The Young Bucks.
The Young Bucks.
Okay.
3 EVPs of the company.
Yeah.
You know, if you said they've not really been pushing House of Black lately, maybe this will be their chance. It is a pay-per-view, yeah?
Yes.
So, you know, in the past with wrestling companies, they've at times had people that just go a while without a big push, and then eventually, when they feel their time has come, that's when they go ahead and give it to them. So maybe it'll be this pay-per-view.
Part of the reason that the House of Black wasn't pushed for a while was that Malachi did ask for some time off, for like mental health reasons. Like he needed some time off for himself,
Okay.
to get himself in a better mindset. So that's a big part of why the House of Black also hasn't been pushed. Is he just
Okay.
after his last like match loss, like he had already like beforehand wanted some or asked for it.
Yeah.
You know, I always forget that's the reason why he hasn't been on TV for a while.
And
Well,
that's why I'm here to try to get you to get these wins, Gary. I exploit your lack of memory with the only thing that sticks in my brain, which is pro wrestling.
All right.
That is all that my brain will hold.
So for this next one, Mikey, I'm going to have you go first, and then Brandon, you'll go second, and I will go last.
Sounds good.
It's the AEW Women's World Championship match. It is Jamie Hayter, who is the champion, versus Saraya, aka Paige, versus Ruby Soho, aka Ruby Riott from WWE.
okay. So I have a question just
Yes.
off the bat.
Yes.
Is this Paige's, second or third match? Or pay-per-view, I guess I should ask. I'm sure
it's
she's
her
had a few matches.
Second pay-per-view match. It's like her
Yes.
fourth or fifth actual match since she's come back.
And it's her first shot at
okay.
the title.
Yes.
Ruby is involved in this because she's trying to do her own thing. She just wants to be champion, and Saraya Paige is trying to get her to join her faction with Tony Storm.
And Jamie Hayter's trying to get her to join her faction with Britt Baker.
Which Ruby hates Britt
Yes.
Baker.
With the
Oh.
passion.
They had a huge rivalry for the world title before.
Yeah.
And her and Britt do not like each other. But Britt is trying to, like, with Jamie, win over Ruby.
Yeah.
And Jamie is also just trying to make sure she stays champion,
Yeah.
Yeah.
which she just won at the last pay-per-view.
Yeah. So, Mikey, who do you have walking away as the AEW Women's Champion?
I have Jamie walking away with the title.
Okay.
Because it's still early in her run. It gives her win over a couple of very big names from WWE.
Mhm.
And I think it might come down to like a miscommunication between Saraya and Ruby. Like, I think they might tease that they might end up, or like Ruby might turn on, which could be like a reason of why like Paige might end up winning. Like just to be devil's advocate, like of it being Ruby helps Saraya beat Jamie, and turns heel and joins her side because of her hatred towards Britt. So it could go that way, but I feel like it's going to be. I feel like Hayter's gonna take it.
Okay. Brandon.
Okay. You said Jamie was the
Champion.
Yes.
current
Yes.
title holder?
Yes, and this isn't necessarily her. Like, she's had a title defense, I believe, but it was just on like regular TV
Yeah.
because AEW doesn't do that many pay-per-views.
Yeah.
Okay.
They do like 4 or 5 a
this
year.
This is her first title defense on pay-per-view.
Okay. For that reason,
Ruby has fought for the title a couple of times.
And has lost every single time.
Yes, and like we said, this is Saraya's first shot at the title, but her like second pay-per-view match.
okay. I don't know. I'm kind of torn between Soraya winning it just because she's a bigger name and she's trying to make a comeback from not wrestling for a while with WWE, or I could see Jamie retaining it because it's early in her run, or I could even see Soraya pinning Ruby for the win, and then having them go somewhere with, oh, well, I didn't really lose because somebody else got pinned, and I should get another chance to get my title back. You know, I actually think I'm going to go that route and go with Soraya wins. She pins Ruby, and Jamie gets pissed because she lost the title, and it wasn't, quote-unquote, her fault.
Is
Hi,
either one
Thor.
of you...
We're doing good. How are you doing?
Thor? Okay. Hey, Thor, sorry. I'm not currently watching my chat because I'm looking up the matches for the pay-per-view. Mikey and Brandon should be in the chat, so they'll be reading chats for me. Thank you for stopping by, Thor. I really appreciate it. As anybody who watched the podcast last week knows that Soraya is my second favorite women's wrestler of all time.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm obviously going to be rooting for her to win. But,
Yep.
but, as much as it pains me to say this, it is really early into Jamie Hayter's championship reign. She's been doing really good as champion, and I feel like taking it away from her right now would be a huge letdown. So I'm going with Jamie Hayter retains.
I will say that I believe whoever wins hinges on who Ruby sides with.
Agreed.
It's entirely possible, too.
Like, I feel like if either Ruby decides that she can work with Britt, given what their hatred is, then that helps make sure that it ends up being Jamie. But like they still work together. Like they just end up making it a match just between them, and they eliminate Soraya. Or Ruby decides she's going to work with Soraya and she's going to help her become the champion. That's what I feel like. Ruby is literally the linchpin of who wins this match.
Yeah. I agree with that. I believe Thor said he was getting ready to head to bed.
Yes, Thor says, I'm doing good, about to head to bed, so I thought I'd stop by for a bit first.
Thank you.
I appreciate it, and I hope you have a good night's rest. Okay, so for this next one, it's going to go... Who went... Mikey went first this last time, right?
I did. Yes.
Yeah.
So Brandon's first, and then me, and then Mikey. It is the TNT Championship, Samoa Joe, who is the champion, versus Wardlow.
Versus who?
Wardlow is he's one of those like super strong, like big bodybuilder type looking kind of dudes, but he's very athletic. Like he can move like a cruiserweight when he wants to. His finisher,
Oh, goodness.
his finisher is called the Powerbomb Symphony. It's literally just him powerbombing you repeatedly.
Until he gets
he'll
tired of
powerbomb
powerbombing you.
He'll powerbomb you. He'll grab your leg and flip you back over, put you back in a powerbomb position, powerbomb you, flip you over, and then powerbomb you. However many times he or the crowd feels like allowing him to powerbomb you, and then he will just put his foot on your chest and raise his hands as he gets to the 1, 2, 3.
Yeah.
Man.
Samoa Joe is a Samoa Joe. Like he's been around for.
You know Samoa Joe.
Is he still doing a submission for his?
Oh yeah, he still
finisher?
does the Coquina Clutch and the Muscle Buster.
Oof.
He's still
I don't know,
he's
man.
he's
That
still the same
Powerbomb
Joe.
Symphony, though.
And it's wonderful because he does the whole orchestra, like the conductor of the orchestra, like both arms, like one finger just back and forth with the fans while they're all chanting one more time, one more time.
Oh, wow.
And like I said, he's extremely talented. Like he doesn't get gassed at all. Like in any of his matches I've seen, he's gone to the limit. Like he's fought Cody Rhodes in a steel cage match to the limit. He's been involved in lots of big things. He's very well pushed. He's the former TNT champion as well.
Yep.
He's just a fun dude to watch. He really is. Like,
Sounds
it's
like it.
it's literally just enjoying. Like, the fans, everyone gets into like the Powerbomb Symphony, man.
Yeah.
It's great.
All right, Brandon.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna go with. God, I'm so
It's a
terrible
hard
with names.
decision.
Retails has ruined me. What was the guy that wasn't Samoa Joe?
Wardlow.
Wardlow. Yeah, I'm gonna go with him.
All right.
Just because that finisher, man, and somebody who can work the crowd is always good.
And he has powerbombed big men before as well.
Yeah, he has.
Yeah, and
like,
somebody that's
you
big
know,
and can move around like he's not is always dangerous.
Okay. He's kind of built like in a similar shape of like a Brock Lesnar type. Like, that's the thing. Like, he moves like a Brock Lesnar as well. Like, he's very quick and agile. This is a continuation of their rivalry because they were tag team partners for a while. And then Joe turned on Wardlow because Wardlow was dealing with somebody trying to come after the TNT title, and he said, "I don't care. I'll go after I'm coming for all the titles." Excuse me. And at the time, Joe was also the Ring of Honor TV champion.
I believe he still is.
Yeah, I think I don't think he's lost as far as I know. So he's like, "Oh, you're coming for." It's like in his mind, he's like, "Oh, so he said he's coming for all titles. That means he's coming for my title. Well, I'm going to go take his title before he has a chance to take mine."
And he did.
And that's what he did. He turned on him and they attacked him and everything, and stole it. And he ended up taking the title from him. This is Wardlow's first chance at getting the title back.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I'd give it to Wardlow. Who was next? Was it Mikey or Gary?
It's Gary.
Me.
It is Gary first.
I am also going with Wardlow winning the title back.
Any other explanations?
Nope. just this is the way I feel. I just feel like Wardlow's getting the title back.
Well, once again, we have our next unanimous decision here, because I mean, I literally was explaining the whole thing, like, to Brandon. Here's the storyline that's been going on. So it's like I don't think I have to explain my reasoning, seeing as how I did it all already.
Exactly.
Yeah. I agree with you.
It just makes the most sense. And like I said, Wardlow, he's a young talent too. He's been around for a while, like in the company, like he's been around since the beginning.
Oh.
Yeah, like he used to be MJF, the world champion's heavy. Like, he used to be his bodyguard. Like.
Yep.
Oh, okay.
And that was the whole storyline of how he actually got his AEW contract. Is he the whole time has not been under canon rules. He is not actually until recently been under contract to AEW. He was under contract to MJF personally.
Oh, okay.
And then he had in their rivalry, for him to get his freedom, he ended up beating MJF.
Yeah.
With a Powerbomb Symphony, of course. He powerbombed the shit out of MJF.
He powerbombed him what was it, 9 or 10 times?
Yeah, it was a lot.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
I think that was the first one too, wasn't it? The first Powerbomb Symphony.
No,
one of the first
it
ones.
Wasn't. No, it wasn't, because that's what was leading. It was throughout the whole thing.
Oh, that's right.
What was turning MJF against him is the fans were turning for Wardlow because they were wanting the power. Because the first time he did a Powerbomb Symphony, he wasn't doing it like that. He would just powerbomb someone, and then the fans were like, one more time, and then he did it again, and then that's what it started, because the fans just asked him to do more power bombs, and then that was making MJF jealous because the fans were enjoying his bodyguard.
That's right.
And then that led to his initial TNT title run, which was just kind of lackluster, just because they weren't really doing much with him. Like they weren't really giving him like meaty rivalries or meaty opponents. Like it was just kind of squash match city. But like it was still fun to watch. But like it was just there was no substance to the story until Samoa Joe and him started.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I do know one thing from Dynamite this week, and that is there was a ladder match.
There was.
And whoever won the ladder match would be getting a chance at the TNT title. So we know
that's the person who actually was started the rivalry between Joe and Wardlow.
Yeah. So we already know whoever wins this match, we already know who they're going to go up against next.
Yeah.
That's Powerhouse Hobbs.
Powerhouse Hobbs. Alright. So this next one, again, I will go first, and then we'll have Mikey and then Brandon.
Yes.
Sounds good.
This is the AEW Tag Team Championship. It is the Guns, which is Billy Gunn's sons, as the champions.
Austin and Colton.
Austin and Colton. Yes, thank you. I can never remember their actual names. Versus the Acclaimed, which is Max Caster and Anthony
Bowens. The former tag team champions.
Former tag team champions. Versus Jeff Jarrett and Jay Lethal. Versus Danhausen and Orange Cassidy.
Oh.
Is that 4 teams?
Yes.
It is a fatal 4-way for the tag titles.
Alrighty then.
Oh man. I didn't know who all was in this.
Danhausen, I will tell you, Danhausen and Orange Cassidy got added on last night.
Awesome. Perfect.
Because when I looked this up yesterday, it was only a triple threat.
It was supposed to only be a triple threat.
Yeah, and then somehow Danhausen and Orange Cassidy snuck their way in.
Oh, this is great. I love this so much because of that right there.
Again,
okay.
I'm going to be rooting for Danhausen and Orange Cassidy.
Okay.
But I feel like the Acclaimed will win.
Let's explain the rivalry, Gary. I've explained a few. It's time for you to explain this rivalry.
Oh, God, you're having me explain, like, probably one of the most hardest ones. So the Acclaimed were champions.
Okay.
Because the fans loved them.
They're amazing tag team.
Billy Gunn, of course, started off with the Guns.
Yeah.
And then the dad betrayed his kids.
No, hold on. No,
the kids betrayed the dad. It wasn't it.
Okay, so here's what. So the Acclaimed and the Guns started working together because they were both heel teams at the time. That's right.
Yeah.
And they just started working together to get wins. And then Anthony Bowens of the Acclaimed got injured and was like getting wheeled down to the wheelchair by Billy Gunn. And like they would just have like 6-man tag matches between like the Guns and Max Caster. Well, you know, every time they'd get wheeled down, like Anthony Bowens, like he just started like making a joke, like to where like because their like symbol is like the peace sign, like he holds it up, like everybody loves the Acclaimed, like and he holds like points it face down. Well, while that like. With that being like their main tag, like their main taunt thing, like the cross chop or the flipping off like Stone Cold and stuff. Well, that's their thing. Well, while like he's getting wheeled down, they're doing their rap promos and stuff, getting wheeled down. He started doing that, and like while Billy Gunn's wheeling him, he's like, "Scissor me, daddy ass," and then they'd scissor fingers. And that was just what was getting them over. Yeah. And so like the fans and Billy was just having a blast. He was just having fun.
Yeah.
His sons were getting jealous because he was just having fun with the guys that they were teaming with, and the fans loving like every bit of it because he's going back to his DX brain of just having fun. And his kids, like I said, they're just getting jealous. Well, they tried to make it it's between us or them, and he's like, he wanted to side with them, but then they turned on him.
Oh.
Like after he sided with them, like because he's like, and like so he then joined up with the Acclaimed because he's like, no, these are my like you may be my sons, but these are my boys, essentially. Thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then like they ended up finding some way to get like a tag title match on Dynamite recently, and they ended up stealing a win to steal the
Okay.
titles from the Acclaimed.
And then Jeff Jarrett and Jay Lethal have been going after the tag titles for a while.
Yeah. While the Acclaimed have been champions.
Yeah. And then I have no idea how or why Danhausen and Orange Cassidy got thrown into the match, but I don't care.
Because Danhausen is technically the lawyer for Orange Cassidy and probably lawyered his way in because he wants monies.
Makes sense.
Because
But
that
yeah.
is Danhausen's thing. Danhausen wants titles, and because he wants money. Danhausen is also probably the most likely person to get pinned out of everyone in this match.
Unfortunately.
But that's because his best move is, from the curse, is illegal because you can't dick punch people legally.
Well,
But it is a fatal four-way, so I don't
usually
think there's
frowned
going to be
upon.
disqualifications. So dick punches should be
but-
legal.
But Orange Cassidy is on a 20-win streak right now.
He is.
He is on a major winning streak. And what better person to become a double champion than once again the All Atlantic champion, who like the former one in Pac being the All Atlantic champion and the Trios tag champion, than Orange Cassidy to be the All Atlantic and the tag champion. Like, come on. Of course, I'm going to I'm probably throwing hard here. But I'm going with the dark horses of Orange Cassidy and Danhausen.
Okay.
Why? Because it's Orange Cassidy and Danhausen, two of my favorite wrestlers right now. And I like the fact that everyone has underestimated Orange Cassidy. He's been in the world title picture. He is he is one of the most winning champions outside of Jade Cargill.
Yeah.
Like it's
54-0.
it's literally Jade Cargill, Orange Cassidy in title defenses and victories right now.
Yeah. She's
That's
had
it.
50 title defenses?
She's not quite that many, but she is 54-0
Yeah.
overall.
That's right, because she didn't get the title until she was 10, 15, 20 into her
Probably
undefeated
something
streak.
like
But she's the only TBS Women's Champion so far.
that. She is the forever TBS champion right now.
So we have one for the Acclaimed, one for Danhausen and Orange Cassidy. Brandon,
Oh, yeah.
it is all down to you to finish this one off.
All right, I'm gonna have to hear who's on each team again.
Okay, so it's the Guns, Austin and Colton, Billy Gunn's kids.
Okay.
They're good wrestlers. They just don't they don't have that captivating personality, and I think that's what Tony Khan. That's why he put the title on them, is to try to get more eyes and get people to feel either as good heels or to see if they can get themselves over. See how they can get themselves over.
I think
Right.
handled, honestly.
They've not been big so far. It's not their fault. They just got the titles, Gary. They just got the titles. Hold on.
I still think it's
It's
failed.
been they've had the titles for all of 2 weeks.
It's been more than 2 weeks.
It's okay, 3 weeks.
Thank
It's been
you.
2 to 3 weeks that they've had the titles. You can't say it's failed because everyone also said that Dean Ambrose failed as the world champion, and it's well, you also didn't give him any real title defenses. You threw him in tag matches a lot. You can't say that they failed. They've literally been champions all of 3 weeks. It's not they definitely could be transitional champions. Absolutely, but they could also. This also could be to see how well people they can if they can get the proper heel heat on them. Then there's the Acclaimed, one of the most over tag teams, period, right now, in AEW. They are literally one of the top tag teams.
Yep.
Okay.
Then Jeff Jarrett and Jay Lethal, two longtime veterans of wrestling.
Jeff Jarrett
Jeff
being
Jarrett's-
future WWF. Back when it was WWF.
They're both, like I said, they've both been around for a long, long time. This Jeff Jarrett's just recently within the past like couple of months, like been in AEW. Like it's not been a very long time. He's been there.
Okay.
And he just started working with Jay Lethal when he came as well. And then fan favorites like me because of how like they're both comedy acts, but like they're both very good wrestlers. Because Danhausen actually does the go to sleep as his finisher. That's his real finisher.
Huh.
Yeah.
They're definitely the dark horses. Is Danhausen and Orange Cassidy. They are the dark horses in this match. But they are both very good wrestlers. Very good character work. They get the fans love them. But like they're out of the 4 teams, they are definitely the most likely to get pinned.
Just because of
Danhausen.
Dan? Yeah.
But Danhausen is Conan O'Brien's favorite wrestler. Legitimate.
Yes. That is true.
Well, you said it's still early in the Guns Championship
The
reign?
Guns have
Yeah.
literally had it 2 to 3 weeks. Like they've literally just won it.
Okay. Is anybody else like in need of a push lately, or
It's okay. So out of the teams that legitimately probably have a chance, because I'm just taking my shot in the dark with Orange Cassidy and Danhausen, it's between the Guns and the Acclaimed.
okay?
100%, it's between those. Jeff Jarrett and Jay Lethal are there to like because they've been involved in the title picture, and like they're just since they've got them, like they're using them. Like they're big names. They're just trying to help. Jay Lethal's been going to be a big fixture for a while. Jeff Jarrett, who knows?
Okay.
Like he could honestly retire. Like you never know. Like the man's been around for decades.
Yeah.
Okay. I think I'm gonna give it to the Guns just because, like you said, they're early in their reign. It's probably too soon for them to lose it.
They like I said, they definitely could be transitional champions. Like they could have just picked the titles up to get back to put right back onto the Acclaimed. It definitely could be that, but at the same time, like they also do need to see if they can. Like it is early. They could use this as, like I said, a platform to build them as heels, like to build them more, like to get them on camera more and see if they can get them better. Gary just doesn't like them. He's never liked them. So he's like, they failed already. They failed since the day they was born. Like, that's essentially where Gary's at right now.
That is exactly where I'm at.
I'm being devil's advocate here and being honest and like, look, it's early in their career, it's early in their career on AEW. Like they've been around for a while, but not that long. They've been around about as long as the Acclaimed. The Acclaimed just like they took off. They just were the highlight of their group, like their little mini faction.
Yeah.
When it happened.
Okay.
And they just took off. Especially since they stole the Guns' dad from them.
Yeah.
Like that's the thing. Like, but the Guns are part of a new faction called the Firm.
Okay.
Which is all about trying to get it's about a bunch of guys that have been overlooked in the company that they're trying to build up as new people. And they also brought in somebody. They brought in W. Morrissey, who used to be Big Cass from Enzo and Cass.
Oh,
the tag
really?
team. Yeah. Who
I'm sure
Orange
they're gonna let him
Cassidy?
wrestle again.
Oh, he still wrestles. He's W. Morrissey. Or W. Morrissey.
Yeah.
He
The
also.
only reason I say that is because of why he got fired from WWE.
Yeah, I think it's like he's walked back his comments and stuff.
Wait.
like-
You're talking about
they're
Enzo
like-
that got fired from WWE.
No,
No.
both of
we're
them
talking
did.
about
Both of them got
Cassidy.
fired.
Didn't he
what-
get fired because somebody made a comment either about Trump or like
He's-
against Trump, and he beat the snot out of
yeah.
somebody?
That's right.
I think like he's got. I think he's. I don't know like what's going on like with him, but like they got him under contract. But W. Morrissey did just get beat by Orange Cassidy in his All Atlantic title defense
Mm-hmm.
on Dynamite.
Mm-hmm.
I'm guessing that's one
Which-
that Gary's not too happy about.
Oh no,
Oh,
I'm,
no.
I'm ecstatic.
No,
I'm so happy Orange Cassidy won.
We love Orange Cassidy. I just am. I feel like I'm the bigger fan.
Well,
I
who's
mean-
to say, really?
Yeah, it's a who to say, but it's just how I feel.
Well, to be fair, neither of you have woke up with either his name or his picture tattooed on your body, so,
No,
you know.
but I do have a jean jacket so I could cosplay as him at any time.
Sure, he could.
Neat.
I bought it specifically for a Halloween costume a long time ago.
And I
Okay.
dressed up as Danhausen for a wedding, so I'm a bigger Danhausen fan. So we have one for the Guns, one for the Acclaimed, and one for Danhausen and Orange Cassidy.
Yeah.
So
Come on, Dark Horses.
there's definitely somebody is going to walk away in the lead here. Like,
Oh,
just
yeah.
gonna
Watch it
say.
be the one that we didn't vote for that gets the
It's-
titles.
It's
Oh,
literally,
God.
I know it goes to Jay Lethal and Jeff Jarrett.
If it goes to them and none of us get a point for that match, I'm going to be all like, well, that's just the way it goes
Okay.
sometimes.
You know what? I honestly would be totally fine with that since I'm the one that's most likely throwing the win. I am personally
I
doing.
was saying,
I'm
me
trying
and
to be-
Brandon have like the highest
Yeah,
percentages.
you
of
guys
being
have the
right.
highest percentage of coming out on like with a point in this. I'm the one that's got like I'm going for the Hail Mary.
If we're ending up like trying to figure out a tiebreaker or something, we can start with like if the one team that we didn't vote for wins, we can subtract a point from whoever they pinned to get the win.
Yes, that's
If we're having issues with points,
I'm down with that.
you know, if there's already like a clear winner, then maybe
Well,
don't go
remember-
that route. But
Remember, we can still have ties after a pay-per-view because it's only the
Yeah, it's an
champion's only
overall.
determined at WrestleMania next year.
okay.
Yeah,
Because we're
we
going
got
from
a full
yeah.
year
Oh,
'Cause-
okay.
because Mania's on April 1st.
Yeah.
and 2nd.
So like, this is the main event of the night. Mikey will go first, and then Brandon, and then me. It is the AEW World Championship match. MJF, who is the current champion, versus
is.
Bryan Danielson in a 60-minute Iron Man match.
And that's
Oh.
the video you sent me earlier on TikTok, right?
That was the promo from Dynamite, and the reason why AEW keeps getting fined.
Oh man, I am looking forward to this
Yeah,
so
this
much.
this match I
Oh,
am going to call match of the night. Just gonna do it right
it's-
now. Match of the night.
I would definitely not argue against you. It is really hard though, knowing that the the Elite's on the card.
I mean, their match will be really good too. I'm not gonna lie, their match is gonna
I
be really good
definitely
too.
agree. Like this definitely has the potential for match of the night. Like,
But
a lot of them, honestly, like if you be honest with yourself, like a lot of these have potential to be match
Oh.
of the night.
oh
Like,
yeah, they do. But
I would say probably the only one that has the one that has the least would honestly I think potentially be Christian and Jungle Boy. Like I feel like that is the only match that has like that's the one that probably will get outshined.
yeah,
Like, and that's nothing against like any of the competitors in that match. Like, that's not against Jungle Boy and Christian. Like, both phenomenal talent, but that's just how good this card is. Like with talent.
yeah.
I thought the the 4-team tag team match had a lot of potential to be a match of the night, or maybe the match with Soraya.
It definitely could.
It could.
That's the thing. Like, literally, there's really not a bad card on this match. Like their match on this card. Sorry.
Card on this match.
Yeah. Look, I dyslexia of the brain. But Yeah, man. Like, there's literally not a bad match at all. Like for Revolution, like at all that I can think of. Like I said, it's just to me like out of all the matches that I'm seeing, like it's Jungle Boy and Christian Cage. Like that's the only one that seems like it might not be match of the night. Like, and that's saying something. Like because they're both phenomenal talent. I will say that I think the person in the like out of the whole show that is gonna probably give me the least like entertainment like wise is probably Jeff Jarrett.
Agreed.
Like not that he's like bad, it's just he's not got the intensity and like everything that everybody else in that match has. Like
Yeah.
he's not gonna have the same. It's the styles clash. Like,
Well, you have to think about this,
he works an
though.
older style because he's an older guy. Like
Yeah.
he's not in the new style. He's not going to be like hard hitting spots like most everybody else is.
But who is your pick to win between MJF and Daniel Bryan? Bryan Danielson, sorry.
Oh man, okay. So off of my top 5 favorite wrestlers, I really would love to see Bryan as the world champion, and I think he will be. He definitely will be AEW world champion. Not at Revolution though. It's gonna be MJF retaining. Like it's MJF asserting himself as the world champion. Like he's going with that like that Ric Flair like great wrestler heel route. Like does whatever he has to win. Like he's a cowardly heel, but he's a great wrestler. He always finds a way to come out on top. And I don't think he's going to get the title taken from him yet.
How long has he had it for?
Since the last pay-per-view?
Yes, he just won it at the last pay-per-view
And
in his first shot at the title.
Yeah.
His first actual world title shot he won.
Okay.
He's been involved in MJF is literally one of the faces of the company. He is one of the 4 pillars of AEW. Like from the beginning, like that's what he's been known as, one of the 4 pillars of AEW. He is young in his, once again, he's a mid-late 20s guy. He's one of the best on the mic. He's like I said, a phenomenal wrestler. He's works believable. He's the best heel in wrestling right now. And he still found a way to make like almost turn face and then immediately turn heel in the same night. In the same promo. Like he's done a Jericho like where he can literally wrap the crowd around his fingers and make you feel how he wants you to feel. He's one of those once in a generational, like The Rock, like a Stone Cold, like a Ric Flair. He's one of those generational talents, and that's why he's the champion. And this is him. He beat. It was Mox that he beat to win the title, wasn't it?
Yes, it was.
Yeah, he beat John Moxley for the title. With help from William Regal before William Regal left the company, but
yeah,
that's the thing.
Really quickly, there was somebody in chat. Voodoo. Okay.
Hey, Voodoo.
What did Voodoo say?
Hello.
She just says hello.
Oh. Hi, Voodoo. Sorry, I'm not in chat right now because I'm looking up things and yeah, so I'm having these two do chat for me.
But yeah, it's MJF. Like it's his time. Like this is his start of his long title run. I'm seeing. Yeah. This is him gonna be beating some of the best wrestlers in AEW for a while now, like for at least a few title defenses before he drops that. Like I don't think he's losing it for probably. I feel like he he'll still be champion next year when we have this conversation again before he loses it. Honestly, like I feel like he might have a year-long reign, at least.
Brandon, what is your pick?
I have always really liked Daniel Bryan, Bryan Danielson. I always thought he was a pretty good wrestler.
He is a
In the video, the promo for that match, actually, that you sent me on TikTok, he's the one that looked like he was like, I'm gonna win this. Granted, I didn't see the whole thing, so I just saw that part of the video that you sent me.
Yep.
I'm gonna give it to. I'm gonna say I want Daniel Bryan to win, but if the other guy is known for causing shenanigans,
Yeah.
He's literally used a diamond ring numerous occasions
oh wow,
to knock somebody out, as well as he beat John Moxley for the title thanks to William Regal sliding him brass knucks.
oh wow, okay,
His finisher is a Fujiwara armbar. Like, and it is a phenomenal food. He does a great job at it.
Yeah, he does.
He is legitimately, like, he is up there as one of the top he is a top wrestler of all time right now. Like, he is one of the best. And like I said, he's like The Rock. Like, he's one of those, like, literally like a duck to water for wrestling. Like, he just literally, like, he is one of those top guys.
And to
Okay.
say in 2024, when his contract expires for AEW, there will be a bidding war between AEW and WWE on who gets him.
There's
Like,
no
no ifs,
shot that
ands, or
WWE
buts.
doesn't try not to get
Yeah.
him.
Yeah.
There's no way they don't try.
Yeah.
Even though they had the chance to have him first and then they passed on him.
Yeah.
yeah.
Like a lot of guys that are in AEW. They had a chance to have them first and they passed on them.
And now they're regretting some
Why-
of those
Thank you
decisions.
for
Why
being
is
here.
that anyway? Is
I
it just
Because
because
they're-
Vince had his head stuck too far up his
I
ass,
hope you
or
are
It's
having a
because
good
Vince
time.
didn't believe smaller guys should be wrestlers. He loves those big, meaty dudes. Like, it's WWE is the land of the giants. Like, I've always wanted to be a pro wrestler. Always have. With Triple H in charge right now, I have a better shot at getting to WWE if I was a good wrestler.
yeah?
But I have a way better shot at AEW because they're willing to use smaller talent because they know how good they are. They're willing to use good wrestlers. Vince he was stuck in that old mindset of, I need a big 300-pound, 6-foot something dude.
I mean, there's a lot of dudes in WWE that are freaking ginormous too. You're not wrong.
Like see, that's the thing. Like, a bunch of people that you think are small in WWE are still like 6 foot something. They're still massive people,
Yeah,
and you
it's
don't
like
realize
comparing what's the dude's name? Yao Ming, I think, and
Yeah.
Shaq in basketball. He makes Shaq look like a shrimp, but if you or me stand next to Shaq, he's still a freaking giant.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's literally the WWE effect. Like, it's everybody there is giant. Like, that's why Billy Gunn looks literally like a monster in AEW.
Yeah.
He looked just like an average, just buff dude in WWE. You stuck him in AEW. He literally looks like a monster among men. It's not even fair.
It is
Like,
true, though.
But that's the thing. Like, it's just Vince was stuck in those, like, back in the 80s, like his Hulk Hogan brain.
Yeah,
For the longest time, I need somebody that looks like Hulk Hogan. I need somebody that's like Hulk Hogan. That's all it was. Like,
I mean,
and when he did, until the fans literally forced them to.
yeah, it seems like he's been pushed with a lot of his people by the fans to give people a solid push.
Yeah, that's why, like, it took so long for Roman Reigns to turn heel. Like, the fans didn't like him as a face. Like, weren't connecting with him. As soon as he turned heel, he is literally now one of the most over people in WWE.
Yeah.
Everybody loves Roman Reigns now that he's healed. Like, that's what we wanted. It's like, look, it's not that the fans don't know what they want. It's that, like, the forcing of, like, oh, well, like I said with Daniel Bryan, it's like, well, you're a smaller guy. You're just a B+. You're not an A-level star. Like, we only gave Rey
Yeah,
Mysterio the
okay.
world title because Eddie Guerrero passed away. Like, we have to do something. Like, for the fans and for him. Like,
Yeah.
that's literally the only reason that.
And Rey Mysterio is not a bad wrestler either.
Rey Mysterio is one of the best wrestlers in the world. He really is, but like, it's because he's 5'6".
Yeah.
Like, Vince doesn't believe. Like, he's like, no one would believe that a 5'6" guy could beat somebody that's 6'5", 300 pounds. Like,
it's because the whole roster is filled with 6'5", 300-pound dudes.
but the thing is, it can happen. Like, Rey Mysterio, that's his whole career. He did that his entire career, was built to prove that you can. It's all about the story and the talent. Like, that's the thing.
Voodoo.
Yeah.
So, Brandon, your official pick was Bryan Danielson? Or are you changing it to MJF?
I think I'm going to go with...
He didn't make
I
a
already
decision. Like,
forgot the guy's name, because that's how wonderful I am with names.
MJF.
Yeah, MJF. I think I'm actually going to go with him. If he's one of those that's known as a, I'm going to win this regardless of what I have to do.
He is a top heel. He is, like I said, he is literally this generation's Ric Flair.
Okay. Actually, I have a question.
Yes.
Thinking about it. Are the rules for a title match in AEW the same as they are in WWE?
Yes. Has to be won by pinfall or submission. This is a 60-minute Iron Man match, so it's best whoever's got the most wins at the end of 60 minutes.
So it's not... There's no disqualifications?
No, there are disqualifications.
There are disqualifications. There are countouts. And so if MJF gets a disqualification, Bryan would be up 1 win to 0. But MJF could then also pin Bryan after that and go back up to even it out.
Okay, so I guess the question I'm getting at is, I guess since it is an Iron Man match, if MJF gets DQ'd, it just counts as a win for Bryan, right?
Yes,
so
but it doesn't end the match.
If it ended up for some reason
minutes.
being 1-0 because of that disqualification, he would still lose his title, right?
Yes.
Because it's based on who has the most wins. Okay.
Yes.
So it's not like he can do something like get himself disqualified and keep the title, or just get out of the ring and walk away and hang on to it.
Correct.
He actually has to win.
But he does. Yeah, he has to win. But he could hit Bryan, like I said, with the title and knock him out. And then, after they get Bryan back to his feet, he then hits Bryan with something for a quick pin, and wins.
Yeah.
And makes it 1-1. So that way it's back to 0. And if it ends at 1-1, they might depending, they might do a sudden death where the first pin or submission wins. But it'll probably go to whoever has the most falls, honestly. So it's
okay.
Also,
it'll be a 2-1 or something like that.
Another thing to note is if it is tied at the end of the 60 minutes, the title doesn't change hands either. It stays with the champion.
Yeah, and if they do the sudden death and they still if they do a time limit on that, and it ends up if it's a draw, it still ends up MJF. It's changed.
Okay.
Bryan still has to win, but Bryan could win because of a disqualification, giving him the most victories.
Yeah. So given the circumstances, and I don't think it's very likely that it'll end in a draw unless it does so right at the very last minute.
Which they have done with Bryan before. He has been involved in draws.
I think I'm going to give it to MJF, just because there's disqualifications, but there's more than one thing you can do to somebody that's going to take them off the top of their game for longer than just, a pinfall or a submission.
Like I said, getting a disqualification for a heel doesn't mean anything. Because before that, he doesn't it's not a disqualification. If he gets a chair, it's not a disqualification for each chair shot. One chair shot or 5 chair shots, it's still just one disqualification.
Yep.
If it's one single attack.
Okay, yeah. So definitely, if he's one of those that will do whatever it takes to win, I'm going to give it to him. Bryan looks like he wants it. He looks like he's convinced he's going to get it. But especially if Bryan is a face,
Bryan actually doesn't count as a face or heel. He's a heel and a face. He's a tweener.
Yeah.
Huh.
currently. Like, he literally does. It's whatever he's feeling. He will talk shit to the fans, and he will like
Praise
make
the fans at the
love
same
him. He will
time.
make the fans love him at the same time. Like,
He's one that's kind of in the middle.
He's a Stone Cold kind of character. Like, he's the fans just love him, no matter what. Like, it's whether like they're booing him like for something he says, or they're cheering him for something he says. Like, they love Daniel.
Okay.
They love Bryan.
I'm still gonna give it to MJF, but if Bryan Danielson is willing to do some of the more sneaky shit that MJF is willing to do, it could go either way.
He is willing to like go beyond and break rules as well. Like, neither person is above breaking the rules, but MJF is definitely like more than likely to be the first to break the rules. Period.
Yeah,
every time.
I could see him breaking the rules and Bryan retaliating, but I think I'm going to give it to MJF just for the simple fact of if he's one of those that really will do whatever it takes to win. There's somebody else that could get involved, and that would just be one disqualification, right?
Mm-hmm. He is not above having people get involved on his behalf as well.
Yeah, you can get a weapon. You can do a lot of things there. And I'm sure Bryan Danielson has got a lot of the same stuff going for him, but I think I'm going to give it to MJF, especially if he's only just got his title and it was his first opportunity to get it.
Yeah, he's been around the company since he's been there since the very beginning. Like, he's at the first pay-per-view of All In. Before AEW was even a company, like, he was there. He has been part of AEW from literal step one. That's why he's one of the pillars of AEW.
Okay. I will say that, and it's probably not a thing that's going to happen because I don't hear of it happening very often. I will say that it is possible Bryan Danielson could win and they end up just passing the titles back and forth.
Absolutely. There is always that possibility, and Bryan is absolutely one of those people it would be great to do with.
My official answer is MJF.
Okay. So, while I'm really happy you just mentioned the promo and didn't say what was said in the promo,
Stop.
Because I've been wanting to say.
Stop.
But while I do believe Daniel Bryan is going to kick MJF's fucking face in, I don't think it's going to be enough.
$50,000 fine right there. $50,000. Come on, pay up.
Hey, that's part of his theme song. What is he supposed to say? He said it since he started that he was going to do that.
I know. While I do believe he's going to kick his fucking face in, I don't think it's going to be enough to take the title away from MJF.
Unanimous decision number 3.
I agree with Mikey that MJF is going to retain. He's going to be champion for quite a while. I would not be surprised at all if it comes to Revolution 2024 and we are talking about MJF still being the champion.
I mean, how long does a rivalry typically last? You wouldn't have somebody in the same rivalry for like a year or so, would you?
No.
Okay. It depends. Like, it probably a couple. Depending, it maybe 2 to 3 months. But like, you could have one that like they go for like a couple months, then they take another person like kind of takes over, and then they come back. They're like, oh, by the way, I'm still not finished with you. I just wanted to give somebody else a chance to beat your ass. I'm back, bitch.
Okay.
Like, it could be a long-reaching rivalry, but where like there's a cool-off period where other people get involved.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like somebody else gets a shot before they come back.
I doubt that Bryan will just give this one up without a fight, too.
Oh no, the next pay-per-view will probably definitely be Daniel Bryan versus MJF 2, but again, we're still going to be looking at like MJF retaining probably, more than likely.
Yeah, this is still our third unanimous decision. Like,
yeah.
But there is enough variations throughout the rest of our like other prediction matches
Oh,
that
yeah.
I do. It's funny. It still feels like it's coming down to Orange Cassidy and Danhausen.
It really does feel like that's going to be the one who
It's the
decides who
tag
wins this
title match. That's going to
pay-per-view.
be the decisive one because of like the variation between us on like on all the other matches. It's like it's me and Brandon, or it's me and Gary, or it's like it's Gary and Brandon, and like it's like every other one. Like it's like there's crossover between us. Like I mean, which makes sense for the majority, but like it's coming down. It's going to be the tag title match. That's when we're going to be watching for our predictions lead.
Oh, yeah.
Who's coming out in the lead?
Yeah.
And I am going to be. You know, if Orange Cassidy hits that orange punch on somebody and he comes away with that title, I'm gonna be fucking ecstatic.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Alright, well, that is the predictions for AEW. We are now going to move on to our next, or get ready to move on to our next subject for this podcast. But before we do, we're going to take a quick break to just take a quick break to use the restroom or get drinks or anything anybody needs. And when we come back here in about 5 minutes or so, we are going to do our lists of our top 5 favorite DC superheroes.
Yeah.
And then after the DC superheroes, we will do the DC villains, and then we will move over to Marvel. So if you're here, stick around. We'll be back in about 5 minutes. I'm back a little bit early, but that's okay.
I'm here, but I took the opportunity to mute my mic and eat a slice of pizza.
Nice. What kind of pizza did you get?
Just a regular pepperoni. It's like a pan crust, just pepperoni.
Domino's?
Domino's.
Not a sponsor, but if Domino's is listening and wants to be a sponsor.
I'm down. We ordered from them enough.
Same. As soon as Mikey gets back, we will begin.
Hello.
Hello, welcome back. Alright, so with the DC heroes, who would like to go first?
Okay, so,
I have a question.
yes, absolutely.
Is it like only comics, or can we name off versions from animated shows or like movies?
We were planning on sticking strictly with the comics because, like, Gary was more curious because one of his characters he was thinking of was villainous in the comics but was heroic in a TV show. So we were like, we'll stick with comics as like the baseline. Now, like, you can still absolutely talk about like them, like what you like if they are still one of your favorites. Like, you could still talk about like what you like about something in like the TV shows or movies or anything like that. Like, that's still.
Yeah, because there's one, like, on my list of a DC hero that, like, I don't care about this character in the comic books, but I like this character in the TV show. But the TV show and the comics, this person is always a hero, too, so...
Okay.
But, of course, we're going to go, like, 5, 5, 5, 4, 4, 4, 3, 3, 3, like we did last week. But whoever goes first for the DC hero... We'll go last for DC villain, and we'll just go in rotation like we did with predictions. So who would like to start us off with their number 5 favorite DC hero?
Oh man, I'm gonna have to, let me go straight over to my my list real quick.
We have a list.
Oh wait, yeah,
Oh, yeah.
I had to.
You mean list, man.
I went to my notes because I was like, I was mainly doing it for the DC side. So this is a little like behind the scenes thing here. On my DC side, I figured because I'm a huge Marvel fan, like comparatively, like I love Marvel way more than DC. I was like, oh man, I have to make a list for my DC heroes and villains because like on like my heroes, I had literally my number 1 and my number 2, and on my villains, I just had my number 1.
Oh.
And I was like, I need to make a list that way I can figure out who I actually like. Well, as I was going through it, I was breezing through my DC list. Like, it wasn't even hard. I was like, oh yeah, this one. I had to look up like a name or like there was one character like I had to look up a name for, like, because I couldn't remember what their actual name was. I knew the character, I just couldn't remember the name.
Yeah.
But then, like, during that, like, I ended up, like, kicking my 3, 4, and 5, like, heroes out, and I was like, oh, I thought of this person takes over, and then, like, I was like, well, okay, while I'm working on this, like, I'll go ahead and I'll start making my Marvel one so I can, like, adjust my list there, because I was like, oh, I know much more about Marvel than I do about DC.
Yeah.
It was the exact opposite. I know more about Marvel, so it was harder for me to figure out a list on that side beyond my... Literally, I had one character out of all of Marvel, and that's my top villain. I literally, like, the other 9 characters from Marvel, I had to, like, shit. Okay, I need to go down. I went and had to go on, like, a search of, like, the top 200 characters or heroes from Marvel and top 50 villains just to create my list, because I was like, oh, man, I couldn't remember... because there was so many that I could think of. Like,
Yeah.
But, Brandon, since you're our guest, how about you take your number 5 DC hero first?
Should I go with the one I was talking about earlier?
Go
it's
right
whatever.
ahead.
It's
Whatever your
one
number
you
5
feel
is.
Deadpool.
No. Deadpool does not count. He's an anti-hero. We're being serious here. Give me your
But
actual
nobody-
list.
He's also from Marvel.
Nobody is going to tell Deadpool that he can't be part of the DC
Hey,
universe.
Deadpool, you are not part of the DC universe. You were made by Marvel. You are a part of Marvel.
Oh, boy.
Get the fuck over it. Alright, so what's your number 5 DC hero?
I actually don't know a whole lot about the DC heroes, and with work and everything being the way it is, I haven't had a lot of time to study, which is why I asked about like animated stuff.
Okay.
Oh yeah, well you can if you want to go to like
yeah.
the Justice League and Justice League Unlimited, feel free.
Yeah.
Like or something
I
like
was
that.
actually
'Cause
thinking
that's-
more along the times of like Teen Titans too.
Oh yeah, you're absolutely welcome to use that because
Old
those
Teen
people
Titans,
still
not
come
new
from.
Teen Titans.
Yeah, those people
No,
still come from
yeah, no,
DC.
not Teen Titans. And also like those characters are all they all are the correct alignment from the comics.
Yeah.
Yeah. Was thinking, shoot, for number 5. You know what? We'll just go with. I put Raven on number 5. Like I said, I don't know a whole lot about like some of the DC heroes. She's really strong though, and
Yes.
without being overly asshole-ish to everybody. Whereas some people brag more about their powers. But yeah. Plus, she's hot.
Respectable
Fair.
answer. Very respectable answer. Especially in the
They-
show Titans.
Yeah.
Sorry, I just had to throw that out.
I actually haven't seen that one.
I
It's a good
watched
show.
a few episodes. It wasn't too bad from what little bit I've seen. I definitely would plan on watching more of it. Like it wasn't bad.
I love it. I'm really sad that season 4 is its final season. I wish it could continue, but
Oh,
It-
by the way, Brandon, there is also the Watchmen does fall under DC.
I don't know anything about them, unfortunately.
Black Manhattan, Rorschach.
Yeah. Like there's a bunch of characters that like you wouldn't realize are part of like
Yeah.
things like that they are until you.
Yeah. I actually had a friend. Well, I mean, technically he's still my friend. Just haven't talked to him in a while.
Yeah, I know, and it's hurt my
He
feelings.
has this. has this book.
That was almost rude. I almost did a spit take.
Has this book that's like. Well, actually, he has one for Marvel and one for DC. There's like a list of all the heroes and.
Oh, like the omnibus.
Yeah, it's like a big ass, really thick book, and
I actually almost got one in the
I did
one
too.
for both of them too. Like I planned on it.
yeah, but there was a lot of, like, I think Ben 10 was in one of those books too. I couldn't tell you which one, but
Oh, wow.
It wouldn't surprise me, because technically, Godzilla is Marvel.
Yep.
yeah. So
But- So,
yeah, my number 5 is Raven.
all right. Me? I'll go next. Okay. My
We'll
number
keep it in the same
5.
rotation.
My number 5 for DC hero also comes from the Titans group. Beast Boy.
That's a good one.
Being able to turn into an animal, like,
Anything, any animal,
any
from any
animal-
any planet.
yeah, just would be amazing.
You're right.
I
Like,
actually-
It's so useful.
Read something on that lately. I don't know how accurate it actually was because it was a comment section on Facebook. We all know how those go.
Yeah.
it could be anything.
But it
could be a
was
boat.
a short clip when I guess he had been turning into a werewolf or something, and the explanation for the reason he can turn into like a dinosaur was because he was on a mission or exploring or something, and came into contact with dinosaur bones, and when
Yep.
he interacted with them, he gained the ability to turn into that dinosaur.
That is true.
Yeah, that's why he can become like if he goes to another planet, he can become that creature's plants by like as soon as he like sees them or comes in contact with them.
Okay, cool.
It's a universally utilizable ability.
Yes.
On the other hand, though, doesn't it make his DNA break down faster, or was that just...
I don't know. See, that's the thing. Like, that's once again like because it's DC, and I'm not big in like I don't know a lot about DC. I know a little about a lot when it comes to it. It's a similar thing with Marvel, but I know more about Marvel.
One of the reasons why I chose Beast Boy as my number 5 is not only can he turn into any animal he can see, but he can literally turn himself into a virus and go into people's bodies.
Oh.
Oh, that definitely comes from the research. Right, Gary? You did the research on that.
That's was shown in one of the episodes of Titans, and I did fact check it, and he does actually can do that in the comics as well.
Wow.
Yes.
I mean, to be fair, like you wouldn't think Iceman's a Omega level mutant, like in power level, but it's because he controls molecules and how fast they move.
Yep.
It's not just ice powers. He's slowing down the molecules around him.
So pretty much he favors ice, but he's manipulating the molecules.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's a matter manipulator, to be technical. It just mainly manifests as ice.
Yeah. All right, Mikey, who is your number 5 hero for DC?
Okay, so I told you before, Gary, that one character that will not be on my DC hero list as my favorite. Like I like a few versions of him, and that's Superman. Yep. And it's literally only the TV versions because like Smallville and the Superman and Lois and Adventures of Lois and Clark's Superman, and like the cartoon, like the '90s cartoon, the event, like that was basically like Superman version of Batman the Animated Series. That's the only versions of him I ever really liked. I never cared for him like otherwise. I don't like him at all because he gets every power handed to him.
Yeah.
Any power he needs, he has. The fact that he technically has a power where he can create a smaller version of himself and shoot it like a bullet from his hand is evidence that it's bullshit.
Yeah.
However, my number 5 is the actual strongest hero in all of DC. Is the most powerful being in that no one messes with when it comes down to it. Swamp Thing.
Okay.
Swamp Thing is the absolute strong, legitimately one of the strongest beings in all of DC because he is tied to the entity of life called the Green. He is directly tied to it, so he literally is tied to all of life in all of the universe. He's proven to be able to beat any enemy that he wants. He can fly by creating leaf wings. He's also able to be like if you know like about the Mobius chair, it's a chair that gives its wielder all knowledge. He is part of that chair. Yep. He is part of all knowledge and all life. Like, and he's somebody that any hero does not want to stand up against. That's why he doesn't get utilized a whole lot because he's so fearful that even heroes like Superman and others are afraid to like encroach on the Green and like harm the world because it will turn his wrath against you and he will kill you.
Yep.
For the sake of all of life and all of nature.
Yeah. And while we're talking about Swamp Thing, I want to just give a shout out to the TV show Swamp Thing and the actor who is a friend of mine, Derek Mears, does a fantastic job portraying Swamp Thing in the TV show.
Haven't seen it, but I do want to. Like it's one that I plan on watching.
It was so good.
Because I fell in love with Swamp Thing as a kid, like in the old like movie that was put out like before I was like I'm pretty sure it was before I was born, but like I watched it as a kid on VHS.
Yeah.
Love it. And then I learned that he was actually a DC character. I didn't know that at the time. I didn't learn that until I got older, and then I was like, that's amazing. And then I learned about him and how powerful he really is, and I was like, you don't fight Swamp Thing. That's
No.
all. That's the only thing you learn through the comics is you do not fight Swamp Thing.
No, you do not. All right. So we are going to move on to Brandon, DC hero number 4.
Number 4. Number 4, I'm going to put Cyborg.
Okay.
I'm not doing all the Teen Titans, I promise.
Hey,
But number 4, I'm going to put Cyborg.
He's also a major member of the Avengers or the Justice League.
Yep.
Same
Okay.
difference. Avengers, Justice League. Like,
Yep.
Yeah.
One for but yeah, he's a main member up there. He's their tech guy as well.
But everywhere else I've seen him portrayed, he's always got a different personality than what he does in Teen Titans. I don't know if it's like that in the comics too, or
It's
you know.
it is kind of in the comics because the comics generally are more darker. Like it is more like the more recent versions
Okay.
you've seen of him where he's more serious because like the Justice League movie that was something they got right. Like it was like a bad experiment with like a mother box that his dad was doing that caused him like to become what he is after like a bad car accident, I believe.
Oh.
Yes.
Like he was a big football player. Like he was a star football player for his team, and then he got into a car accident where he was about to die, and his dad like ended up fusing him with the mother box, which turned him into what he is.
Yes.
But yeah, I'm gonna go with Cyborg just because like his Teen Titans, he's a lot of fun.
That is one of my
But-
favorite versions of him is the Teen Titans one.
Same.
Even everywhere else, like even if he's not like cracking jokes, eating nachos, and saying "booyah," like he's still a good hero. He has a lot of tech knowledge. I would think, can figure out how to use just about any of it.
Oh yeah.
He's really intelligent. And
Yeah.
he's like, I don't know. I've always thought it would be interesting to be a cyborg, and you know, biohacking is a thing these days in 2023. So I must not be the only one.
He can become or like he can actually connect to any piece of equipment there because with one of the more recent animated videos or movies they did. I don't remember what it was called off the top of my head, but it was where like Darkseid basically had won, like, and they were like trying to like turn things, or one person was trying to turn it around. Like it was I think it was like Nightwing, it was like Robin and Raven, like was one of them, like on the team trying to stop him.
I know which one
only
you're talking
won, really,
about,
because
too.
because he turned all of like the big hitters from the Justice League, like Martian Manhunter, Wonder Woman, Batman, and Superman, all into like he'd taken control of them. He'd grabbed Cyborg, made sure to grab Cyborg too, so he could take control of all technology throughout the universe.
Yep.
Okay.
And that's what he was in charge for so long until like a big turn, like a big like thing where like that, which and it led to the Flashpoint animated movie to reset the timeline
Yep.
Okay.
because it was like this. It was
which one that
like
was
one of the
called,
sequels
too.
to like it was like the Justice League Dark Apocalypse Wars.
Yeah.
I think because
Yeah.
it was a sequel to the Justice League Dark animated movie.
Yeah.
But yeah, it proved like how very useful like Cyborg is because
Yeah.
like he literally like gave Darkseid was like a win over the entire universe by taking control of all of technology using him.
It was a great movie.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
So my number 4 DC hero is Oliver Queen, Green Arrow. I just like bows. That's really the only reason why I chose him, is because I like bows, and again, the show Arrow was amazing.
And that's the one you were talking about earlier, isn't it? Where you're like, I like what he does in the show, not the movie or the comics.
Yes, that is one that but that's not the one that I was specifically talking about when I said that, though.
Oh, see, I thought that was who you were talking about. I was like, he's talking about it, the Arrow.
No, that's actually my next one. My number 3 is the one that I was talking about there.
See, I was thinking that because I was like, I know how much he loves Arrow, so it's got to be Arrow he's talking about.
No, because I've liked Arrow in like the animated show, the TV movies, and I like some of his storylines in the comic books as well.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, Green Arrow is number 4.
Yeah. All right, for me, my number 4 is Martian Manhunter.
Ooh, it's a good choice.
I like him. I like a lot about him. He is kind of like Superman in the fact that he has the ability, that he has tons of different abilities, but like his main weakness is like his mental weakness to fire. Like that's one thing that I remember like from a while back is like his weakness to fire. It isn't actually a real, like he's not actually weak to fire. Fire doesn't actually hurt. It's he's got a. I know, but like it's a mental like representation of like a psychic wildfire that like ended up like virus kind of thing that ended up wiping out all of the other Martians.
Oh wow.
And like it left a psychological scar on him because that's how he lost his wife and his child. So like just seeing fire, like it puts him in PTSD mode where like his brain just like shuts down. So it's not like like he has, like for him to get beyond like his weakness, it's like he has to like fight through it, like through his own like mental, like he has to work through his like inner demons. Whereas like Superman, it's like, can you just toss that rock into the water, like into that lake real quick so I can move? Thanks. Like it's not a real weakness. Like if he's able to just knock it away, like into like down a fucking ravine, he's good again. Like it's not a real weakness if like it just like it's not like that.
Yeah,
like,
and for the most part, you don't have to be like super powered to knock something out of somebody's hands.
exactly. Like whereas like with the Martian Manhunter, like weakness to fire, like it's a mental thing. Like it's something he has to work through his own fears and stuff. Like he has to make himself, like he has to work through like his own inner turmoil and things like that.
It's a weakness he can only overcome with improvement.
Exactly.
And it would have to be self-improvement.
Exactly. It's not just like he's like I said, like even the fact that he's one of the most powerful beings that has the most abilities around, and like that's what he has to do. He has to go through self-improvement, and it's not just a one-time thing. It's a constant thing that he has to deal with. Whereas, like, like eventually, like if Batman decided he wanted to, like he could eliminate all of Kryptonite and Superman safe from that weakness, like it's something that could potentially be done, and then he doesn't have to deal with it. Fire is a constant thing. Like I mean, it's part of the suns. Like it's part of the chemical reaction from suns and stars and stuff like that. It's something that's always going to be around.
Yeah.
So it's something that Martian Manhunter's always going to be dealing with. And it's also, like I said, the trauma of like that's how he lost his family. Like it's constantly reliving his past and having to like learn how to let go of those kinds of feelings and work through your grief and everything. Like it's a story of like improving yourself. Is more why I like him more than Superman. Given like my dislike for Superman having every ability under the sun.
Yeah.
But that's my number 4.
That would bring us to Brandon's number 3.
Oh yeah, because you did do yours.
Yes.
Okay. Number 3. I'm gonna go with. I think his name was Static Shock.
Yes.
I know it was the name of the show.
It's Static is his actual name.
Okay.
His actual
So it was
but
just
Static.
Static.
Shock, yes, I love that I love that show. He's one of those characters like the Watchmen that he was actually part of a different comic company that got bought by DC.
Oh, really?
He got brought in. Yes.
Interesting. I didn't know that.
I didn't
Yes,
either.
he was from. Yeah, he's from a different. I don't remember what the comic company was called off the top of my head, but he was from a different one that DC ended up buying out to like save them from like bankruptcy, I think, or something.
That would mean that by the time the show was around, they had already been purchased by DC,
Yes.
right?
Yes, it was already
'Cause,
purchased by
like, I
DC.
remember
That's
him
why it
meeting
was
up
able to
with
be on Warner
Batman
Brothers. Yeah, that's why he was able to be shown on Warner Brothers TVs because they'd been bought out. I think around that time.
Okay.
Is they bought him
Cool.
out and then they turned it into a TV show to like build up a new character, and that's why they also integrated the Batman the animated series and the Superman the animated series versions of those characters into the show.
And he does show up in the Batman, the Brave and the Bold, and something like that,
Yes,
right?
and he was also in involved with Batman Beyond as well, like
Okay.
through
See,
a
I didn't
time
know
travel
that.
thing. Yeah, through like a time travel thing episode, like he was actually there.
Yep.
With
I
Terry
just-
McGinnis.
And I don't know,
Terry
again, how
McGinnis.
close the show follows the comic. But I liked how the concept of the show was, just to begin with, he got his powers by accident.
Mhm.
He's just doing the best he can.
I think it was fairly accurate to a degree. Like it was like pretty close overall to the initial story from what I remember, from what I know of it. I think it was, but like it was a very similar story, like where it was like because of like a gang violence thing, like chemical reaction thing happened where like a bunch of people,
Yeah.
like, teenagers, got superpowers and stuff like that.
That was interesting too. A lot of the villains he knew, or at least
Yeah.
knew of, like who they were before they got.
They were a
their
bully
abilities.
of his, or one of the gang members he was with during that fight, like somebody he's friends with, or was
Yeah.
cousins, or like was related to like somebody like he knew.
And most, if not all of them, ended up getting their powers by accident.
Hmm.
Yeah.
And I think they did a really good job with it, personally. But Static as a character in that show was really, really good.
Yeah.
Yep. It's a good choice. Anything else you'd like to say before we move on, Brendan?
No, I think that about covers it.
All right. My number 3,
Senor Gary.
which, as Mikey had mentioned, one person too soon. I picked this person based off of the TV show and not the comics, because like I've read some of the comics of this character, and it was okay. I think the show expanded on it and made it better. My number 3, Stargirl.
Stargirl.
She is the predecessor to Starman after Starman dies. Her father also conveniently goes missing the exact same day that Starman dies. So when she finds the staff and the staff reacts to her, she believes that Stargirl, or Starman, was her actual father. And that's the reason why the staff reacted to her. Her stepfather was actually Starman's sidekick. Come to find out, Starman is not her father, and just like with Thor and Marvel, the staff goes to whoever deems worthy enough to wield it, and the staff found her worthy enough to wield the staff. So yeah, that is one of the reasons why I chose Stargirl as my number 3, is because she's not one of those like superhero just because her father was a superhero. It's because of like what's inside of her and how she wants to protect her city and town and stuff. And the show just does an amazing job of showing that, and how like everybody that she teams up with and convinces to team up with her are all just people who wanted to help the city and are the same age as her. They all go to high school together, and they just decided to team up. as these characters or these superheroes who died in the past, and none of them are actually related to any of the actual superheroes that they're portraying.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Nice.
Mikey, you're number 3.
All right, my number 3, actually is one that like got the most shit for the longest time until like his actual reboot, which turned him into what my favorite version of this character is. It's Aquaman. It's the one that Jason Momoa is kind of based off of, because that Aquaman, like, so good. Like he's extremely powerful. Like he's got super strength, agility, speed, durability. He can manipulate water. He's telepathically able to dominate any sea life. Um, his spear, his trident is the trident, like the first trident, like it's from like Poseidon. Uh, he's the king of Atlantis. Like he's as a character like in the old Super Friends cartoon. Like that's the one that I got all the shit talked about him. Oh, it's just he's the guy that just brings whales, for everybody to ride on and shit. Like he's just kind of there, throwing water balls under the water. But like his remaster, like his re-envisioning, like in the New 52, that like I said, like Jason Momoa's character is based off of. Like that movie is literally like close to the first arc of like his storyline of him becoming the king of Atlantis. Those monsters that came out the trench, that was a whole ass arc.
Mm-hmm.
Where like those things are vicious. They're some of the most dangerous things in the entire Earth's ocean, and he ends up gaining by like getting through there and able to gain control of them. On top of the fact that he is, like I said, one of the most powerful like physical beings in DC. And like I said, his telepathic its ability, it's for all sea life, and like with Beast Boy earlier, like that extends to any planet that has sea life.
Mm-hmm.
And he is still one of those people that even the heavy hitters in like the Justice League don't want to necessarily go toe to toe with, like Wonder Woman or even Superman. Like he's one of the strongest physical character or beings there.
Yeah.
And he's actually a good king. He's a good king. He actually is just looking out for in the best interest of his people, the people at Atlantis, like all the sea people.
Yep. Anything else you'd like to say about Aquaman?
Oh no, that's it. That's all I had for him.
So it's just you kept bringing up Jason Momoa, and all that's going through my head is listening to my girlfriend in my head going, Jason Momoa, yummy. This is every time she sees him, that's all she says.
I mean, like I said, like the dude, like that's just like that's the most accurate portrayal of like my favorite version of the character.
Yeah, it was a really good portrayal of Aquaman. And then like his new animated movie when he got rebooted was really good as well.
Yeah, and like I said, like that's just like it's all because of the New 52 like revamp of like the DC comics and stuff. Like that's what turned it around and everything.
All right, moving right along, Brandon, you're number 2.
Yes, number 2.
See, I'm not good at this.
That's right. My top 2 are about to be pretty basic.
Same.
I'm starting to think mine are too. Let me just stop what I'm doing on my game so I can think for a second. There was the one animal shapeshifter chick, right? I don't remember her name, but I think Wonder Woman ended up fighting with her.
Oh, Tigress?
Maybe.
Or
There was
Tigra?
somebody that could transform, like not Beast Boy, but there was somebody that could
That
transform
became
into another.
kind of like a tiger, or like a Catwoman.
Yeah, she had a bunch of different animals she could transform into.
I don't remember.
Let me see if I can look up. Let me see if I can figure out who it was.
Oh, there's a Vixen. I think she can like use or she like taps into like animal strengths and stuff.
Could have been her.
I think that's the hero.
Let me see if I can figure
'Cause
it
I think
out.
that's who like. I think that's who it was like with the Birds of Prey movie that they did. That's what her
I
character
actually
was.
got to figure out if she is actually a hero then. I thought she was, but
Vixen is. She is generally a hero because I remember she was already a hero. She was also a hero in the comics and in like the Justice League like cartoons
Yeah.
from the early
Okay.
2000s.
let me see if this is who I think it is. Apparently she was also in Arrow.
Mhm.
I'm just gonna go with her.
Okay.
An accelerated healing, enhanced strength, speed, stamina, durability, agility, reflexes, and senses. And she's pretty good looking, not gonna lie. They've had a lot of interesting heroes over the years. It's a shame that I don't remember all of them, but
Yeah, I know. See, that's why I was like, oh, I gotta figure out like my DC hard. Like it's difficult like for me like beyond like my top two.
Yeah, my top two are the easiest. um, my number two should probably come as no shock to anybody. My top two really shouldn't come as a shock to anybody, but my number two is Batman. I mean, I mean, it's Batman. Come on, how can you not love Batman?
that's fair.
Yeah, no, yeah. Go ahead, talk, man.
I mean, look, he's a billionaire. He has a cave.
Uh-huh.
He has some of the best villains.
Uh-huh.
He can fight.
Uh-huh.
He is the knight. He like, come on.
Yeah.
Like, it's really hard.
Vengeance.
Exactly. It's Batman. Batman's my number two. Yeah, okay. Mikey, you're number two.
My number two is Batman.
Yes, that's so
now do you
good.
understand why I laughed?
Yeah, I do. I'm gonna laugh even harder if we have the same number one also.
You'll find out whenever we get there. Why do you think I was like, yeah, keep doing my work for me, Gary. I don't need to talk at all. You're doing all my job. He's also the smartest man in all of DC. He's literally got a contingency plan for every single person he's met in his life.
Yep.
He has a way of stopping every single person that he knows in his life, including himself.
Yeah, I was gonna say, doesn't he have one for himself too?
Yeah, it's the Justice League. That's why he created the Justice League, was to stop himself if he ever turned evil.
I mean, he would need the whole Justice League too.
Exactly.
Yes.
Exactly. And that's why he's like, look, I may be just a man, but I need all of you to stop me, because I know how to stop all of you.
Yeah.
That was the whole Tower of Babel incident, was him being like them getting mad at him for creating like that contingency plan and Al Ghul taking it over and using it against them. And he's like, they're like, well, what was yours? we don't have a way of stopping you. He's like, yeah, you do. That's why I created you, to stop me.
Yeah.
Like, yeah.
Yeah. So we come down to our favorite DC hero of all time.
Yeah.
Brandon, take us away.
Yeah, my number one is Batman.
It's just jump on, man. The bandwagon is here for you. Like, we're here to carry your work.
Yep.
Yeah. Aside from the reasons you guys already said, he's got a lot of different animated series, and honestly,
He's
I
DC's
was a
most
big
marketable
fan of.
hero.
Yeah.
I was a big fan of the Brave and the Bold there for a little while. Not gonna lie.
Great show.
Which unfortunately brings up the fact that my number two probably could have been Blue Beetle.
That's a
He
good
was,
show too.
he was pretty cool too. But I'll leave it the way it is. But yeah, beat anybody with prep time. Everybody in anime is, oh, well, can they beat Goku? But everybody for like comics, can they beat Batman?
Yeah.
If
The big-
Batman
the
knows
big
about
question-
them, could they stop him?
Yeah, the big question, the determining factor for a lot of those battles is, does Batman get prep time?
It's literally the one of those longest with understood jokes. It's if Batman has prep time.
Yeah. All right. It's funny, Brandon, that you mentioned Blue Beetle. Because my number one is not Blue Beetle, it's the Flash. He's God damn it, Mikey, I swear to God. He's the fastest
Go ahead,
man.
Gary.
He's the fastest man on Earth. Though I will say, in the world. I will say,
Just the Earth and just the world.
he does upset me because he does keep fucking up the timelines, which is the flaw. But he always fixes it in the end, or tries to.
It is not intentional.
And he he really loves Iris. Everything he does is just to protect her. He has some really cool powers. You know, he can run back in time. He can run to the future. He can run so
Create
fast
lightning.
that he can run so fast that he can create like multiples of himself. Just and he's smart.
In one of the, what was it? In one of the movies too, wasn't there like a Reverse Flash or something? Couldn't
Oh, the
he?
Reverse
Yeah.
Flash is always a forever villain. Of
Yeah, that's like his main villain.
Flashes.
I know,
It's
but
the
I
reason
was going
of
to
his
point out
creation.
one of his. I don't remember which one it was, but it was in one of the animated series where Flash is doing stuff with the timeline. There was literally one that got domed and stretched that last second of his life out for God knows how long.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
I don't remember who that was, but I figure if he can do it, then Flash probably could too.
Oh, the Flash can do anything.
Oh, yeah.
The Reverse Flash can and better.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm gonna stop talking because I'm pretty sure somebody else would like to add in some things here for his number one. So, Mikey,
yeah.
who's your number one there, buddy?
It is somebody that I wrote an actual for a class in high school. We had to do a discussion where we had to it was an argument really.
Okay.
My argument was and has always been that the Flash is faster than Superman. No hands down. There's no doubt about it. Superman literally could never touch the Flash. It is the Flash, of course. It's my number one hero. He is the fastest man alive. It's not just Barry Allen. It's every iteration, even Wally West when he took over the mantle as the Flash. Like the Flash as a superhero in general is always like a major linchpin in everything that happens in DC. Like every crisis event, the Flash is involved in. Every single problem that like they need to, like that is a universal threat, the Flash is involved in. Just like Batman, just like Superman, he's right there with them. But he is a just like when we were talking about John Moxley earlier. Mm-hmm. It's the in case of emergency, break the Flash out.
Yeah.
Because of his timeline altering ability, like the fact that he can travel to any dimension, any different variation of the universe. He can go through the dimensions by just vibrating the molecules on his body to the right frequency to end up in a different universe. Like he can, like I said while Gary was talking, he can throw lightning. He can, if he's running, his most devastating attack is a single punch of him running at his fullest speed, which is like being hit by the force of a black hole and a supernova.
Yeah.
Like it's the same thing. It's the same thing as being hit by a supernova or being ripped through a black hole at his full power if he hits you with his full might. He's like, it's what's revamp. If they need to revamp anything in DC to fix their comics, they just use the Flash because they're like, okay, we need to reset the timeline. Flash, time to run, buddy.
Yep.
Your mom needs you. Like,
all right.
It's him.
Yeah.
He is like, as much as Superman may have started and is the poster child for DC, the Flash is literally the heart and the soul of DC. Like, if they need him to keep things going.
Yeah. He's the best. There's no way to say it. Alright, so we're going to move on to DC villains. The order for this one will be me, then Mikey, then Brandon.
Yeah.
And then Mikey, you will go first with the next category. So we're
doing Marvel heroes for the next category because I want to be the one to end on my villain, my number one villain for Marvel.
Yeah, that's what I was planning on doing. So my number five pick is somebody that I am terrified of.
Oh, okay.
And I mean, I am so terrified of this dude that he wouldn't even need to spray me with his fear toxin to make me afraid of him.
I was actually thinking that's who you were going to say when you said this. I don't know why.
My number 5 pick is Scarecrow. I hate scarecrows with a passion. His mask scares the fuck out of me. So I had to put him on this list just because of that fact that he terrifies me.
Yeah, no,
his fear toxin, oh man.
I don't know why. As soon as you started talking about, like, this guy scares the fuck out of me, I was like, I wonder if he's going to say Scarecrow.
I am, sir, Scarecrow. That's my number 5 pick just because I am terrified of him. There's no other reason why he's on this list besides that, honestly. He might be like one of the weakest DC villains just because he doesn't have any like superhuman powers. He's not strong or anything like that. He's just some dude who sprays you with the fear toxin that makes you afraid of everything.
You know what, Gary? The thing is, in the comics, they actually made him there was a time that they did something that made him one of the most powerful beings. Like,
really?
Yeah, they gave him the Yellow Lantern ring, which is powered by fear.
Oh God!
The guy who literally uses fear as his weapon got the construct that is powered by fear. Like that, yeah.
Oh man!
Like, yeah. I was like, as soon as I heard that, I was like, I literally was, because like for the longest time, I was like, the best thing they could ever do is to make him the Yellow Lantern. Like, he's the perfect person, like, to get the Yellow Lantern ring. I don't know why they haven't done it. Like, it makes the most sense. And then they did it, and I was like, thank you. I don't see why would you not do this. It's literally, it's right there. You have it in the palm of your hand.
Right, right. All right.
Or on your finger.
Mikey, what is your number 5 pick?
Okay, so my number 5 pick, thanks to the Flash, it's actually kind of getting more relevant. It's not the character that's in the Flash right now as one of the main villains. It's another one. It's from one of the more recent Crisis events, the Dark Knight's Metal timeline. And it's one of the variations, the evil variations of Batman.
Okay.
And it's one of my favorite ones because it kind of like brings back something that I always liked as an idea, thanks to Justice League and Justice League Unlimited. It's Batman the Merciless. This is the one I had to look up the name. Batman the Merciless is Batman after he's killed Ares because he and Wonder Woman were a couple, and Ares caused her to get killed. And then he killed Ares and took Ares' helmet and gained the powers of the God of War.
Nice.
And that was one of my favorite things from Justice League and Justice League Unlimited is I always loved the romance between Batman and Wonder Woman. I thought they were a perfect couple for him. Like it was the most healthy thing for him. It was somebody because his main thing is he's afraid of the person he loves being hurt. That's why he doesn't create real, like, it's hard for him to create those familial connections, those loving connections. That's why he wants to put everything on his own back. And Wonder Woman is the perfect person for him to be with in my mind because it's the one person he knows he doesn't actually have to worry about ever. Like, it's the one person he knows he can rely to have his back and that he knows he doesn't have to worry about. And that's why he became one of the biggest villains in that universe, that dark universe that he is from, where he took over the world after he killed Ares by becoming a merciless ruler and just killing other people because he lost the woman that he thought he could never, like he didn't have to worry about, that he was in love with. And that's why it was one of my favorites.
Okay. It's a good pick. Good pick for number 5. Strong pick.
Mm-hmm.
And moving right along, Brandon, your number 5 pick for DC Villain.
I think I'm going to go back to Teen Titans. I'm going to go to Teen Titans Go for this one, which is a weird pick for me, but I only need the one episode out of the very few that I've saw to get this guy, and for him to be my least favorite. I believe his name is Control Freak, the dude that like messed with electronics and shit.
Okay.
His big thing was he had the little TV remote that he could like do all kinds of shit with TVs and broadcasting and stuff. And the reason he's number 5 on the list is because he reset the Teen Titans. And I mean, the old Teen Titans was good, but you reset the Teen Titans, sir. I don't see anybody else being able to do that.
Is that the pilot to Teen Titans Go?
I don't know, but I remember I saw an episode where he was with them and showed them all their old selves. Another good reason to have him on like a top 5 list is because he actually brought the old Teen Titans into the new Teen Titans, at least in that episode. I didn't see the movie, so how that happened I couldn't tell you.
Yeah,
but like at least it was acknowledged, and if we're going over like villains in the Teen Titans, I'm sure there are some that have lost them, like that have beaten the Teen Titans, but I don't think there's any that could reset them like that.
Yeah.
It's interesting to me. And I'm sure they just used it as like a ha-ha funny, but it's in the show, damn it, it's canon.
Yep, it's in your mind now. Like, yeah, no, that's fine. I can accept that.
Before we continue, there was something in the chat that I didn't get to hear. Mikey, do you mind reading what was said in the chat for me, please?
Okay, just a second. It was Voodoo asking if we're doing DC now. Yeah, we're
still on DC Villains.
Yeah, we're on DC Villains right now. We're not to the Marvel side yet.
Before
Sorry, I had the video up, but I couldn't see chat because I was looking at my list.
Oh no, that's fine. Before I say my number 4, there's a couple things I want to say. The first thing is I feel really bad because that entire conversation talking about Teen Titans Go, I could not respond because I've never seen a single episode of it yet.
Same. Same,
You're
but
good. I'm not a particular fan of it myself, but I have seen enough to pick that one dude out.
that one son of a bitch.
Yes.
So my number 4 for my DC villain is one, Mikey, this is the one that I was talking to you about earlier, where in the comics he is strictly evil. But in the TV show, they made him redeem himself and they brought him to the good side. But that doesn't happen.
Teen Titans slapped.
I agree with that statement.
Yeah, you're right, Voodoo. The
The
original Teen Titans was awesome.
actual comics, this dude is purely evil. His name is The Shade. He is a villain of Starman and Stargirl. He takes his power from this place called the Shadow Realm, or the Shadowlands. He basically uses shadows to travel. He can send people into the Shadowland, which is like basically all of your like biggest fears inside of you, like the way, like, you know how people think how people see them, even if that's not how they actually see them. When you're in the Shadowland, those people, that the way you feel they think about you is how they actually feel and think about you in the Shadowland. So it really messes with your head. People who you think love you actually hate you. It's just a horrible time. It sucks to be in there, and there's really no way out unless he lets you out.
That's awesome. Yeah, I don't know a lot about Stargirl. I'm learning from you, man.
Yeah, Shade is amazing. He is the one who actually kills Starman.
Okay.
Well, he has a hand in it.
Okay.
There was two people. It was him and Icicle who actually do the job together. But the Shade is terrifying also because, like, again, shadows. If there's a shadow anywhere, he can get there through it. So that is my number 4. Mikey.
Okay. So my number 4 is actually one of a huge villain that a lot of people know about. It's Darkseid. One of the new gods, one of the most dangerous villains in DC. Everybody pretty much knows about him. Like, if you've watched, he's literally in that movie I talked about a bit ago. He's also been he was the main villain for the Justice League movie. In the Snyder Cut. He's one of the main overarching villains in all of DC, and also he's literally the most powerful being, because the version isn't actually all of Darkseid. It's just a manifestation of his power. His actual full self is trapped in another dimension, and if he left that dimension and joined the real universe, he would immediately, all life would be destroyed. That's the canon thing. If he actually stepped out of his dimension into the reality of whatever DC, or whatever variation of the universe that he's in, let's say Earth 2, if he steps into that universe fully, all life in that entire universe would die immediately.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
I didn't know all that. That's insane.
Yeah. He's the Darkseid is just a small manifestation of his power, in the universe. It's his avatar, essentially.
Wow.
So
it's that strong.
Yeah.
That's why and that's the thing, any version you've seen of him dying is just a small fraction of his power before it gets re-manifested later on, from a new version. He just reborn or rebirths himself starts out as a child and then regrows back into an adult.
Jesus, that's crazy.
And is at the same level of strength that he was, that it took whatever massive amount of power to defeat him. He's still at that same level of strength, and he can always get stronger. by just releasing some of it. And his main goal is to get the anti-life equation, which I think it's to allow him to control all life, but it can be used to end all life. Which I like. I can't remember which is his ambition. If it's to control it or if it's to destroy it, because it's like, to me, if it's to destroy it, it's just try to find a way to free yourself so you can step into the universe, man.
All right.
But I think it's to control it. Yeah, that's number 4.
Wow. All right. Moving right along.
Hit me
Brandon,
with these heavy hitters, bro.
what is your number 4?
I got my order mixed up. I was about to be like, wait, who did I say for number 4?
This is your number 4, sir.
Damn. I thought of I spent so much time thinking of the heroes, I didn't really take the time to think of a lot of the villains.
Yeah.
I kind of like Bane from the Dark Knight Rises movie, though. I know he's very much different than the one in the comics.
I mean, he's kind of closer in a way, like in his personality and his backstory. He's actually like the same as the original comics version. It's just he just doesn't have the Venom like super buff juice. That's the only difference. Like in that, if he had the super buff juice from like the Batman and Robin movie, like that's full on like both things. Like it has to be both, and he has to have the same brain because he's also a very intelligent individual in the comics.
Yes, he is.
But yeah, that's his actual backstory. Is he was born in that prison that like he broke Batman's back, like all that like backstory from the Dark Knight Rises. That was actually pretty like that was basically spot on, like Bane's actual backstory in the comics.
Yeah.
Oh wow. Okay.
Yeah.
That's why it's a really really good like the Christopher Nolan Batman like is like series is really fucking good.
Yeah, they're really close to being
they get
accurate.
a lot of things right on things.
Yeah.
They do little things to like change or like to like make it their own, but like they get things pretty accurate a lot.
All right.
Anything else you wanna say about Bane?
Yeah, anything you want?
I don't have any like one thing in particular, but like that actor did a really good. I liked.
Tom Hardy's an amazing actor. Tom Hardy's amazing. All right, moving right along. My number 3 pick. I had somebody written down for this.
But then you lost your list.
No, I had my new list, and it was the same person. I remembered my list.
Okay.
But going through this conversation that we've had, I forgot about somebody.
Oh yeah.
And somebody mentioned a certain comic book series, and it made me remember that there was a certain character from the Dark Knight Metal series.
Yeah.
That just brings me lots of joy. And is probably my favorite Batman character from that series. But it's the Batman who laughs when he kills the Joker. And becomes the Joker version of Batman.
Yeah, no, dude, it's awesome. Like, I get you. Like,
I will tell you, my
one
number
of the overarching villains of that whole storyline.
Yeah. I will say who I originally had down was Zoom from The Flash, which was a good pick, but Batman Who Laughs is better.
Yeah.
Why I forgot about him, I don't know. I was just trying to throw this list back together really quickly, because I lost my original list. But yeah, Batman Who Laughs is my number 3 pick, not Zoom. Sorry, Zoom, you got kicked off.
Sorry, that timeline got erased.
I mean,
the Flash fixed that one, Zoom. Sorry, bud. He
think of it though. The Batman Who Laughs is Batman and the Joker. Think of Joker.
It's just Batman. It's Joker like hit Batman with the Joker venom.
Yeah, but he is crazy like the Joker.
Exactly. Yeah.
So the
Jokerized Batman.
It's great. Yeah. It's a crazy Batman. who kills things, who kills people, because he finds it fun.
Yeah.
Mikey, your number 3, please.
All right, so my number 3 actually, it's the comic version, not the version we're getting currently on The Flash. It's the Red Death. Because personally, in the Dark Knight's Metal storyline stuff, the backstory for the Red Death version of Batman / The Flash is fucking metal as shit. Like, to be like frank, like to just be on the nose like they were. Batman, in his ever-evolving quest in the Dark Universe to stop all crime from happening, realizes that the only way to do it is to have the Flash, is for the Flash to do it, because he's the fastest man alive. But Barry isn't willing to take it as far as Batman is anymore now in this timeline. So Batman comes up with a terrible idea and captures Barry, ties him to the Batmobile, on the hood of the Batmobile, drives on the cosmic treadmill to to travel through the Speed Force and time and everything, and in doing so, fuses his mind into the body of Barry Allen and becomes the Flash. Mind you, the Flash is not Barry's mind isn't dead. Barry is now trapped inside of his own body with Batman at the wheels, using his full powers and murdering people. While all Barry can do is scream at Bruce to please stop, please, I don't want to kill, why are you doing this to me, please? And Batman's just like, shut the fuck up, Barry, we're stopping crime, Barry, we're murdering these people, Barry, before they murder people. And it's just, Batman just becomes a straight serial killer murder villain with the Flash's powers, and Barry is a forced hostage to watch it all firsthand.
Yeah, it's great.
And that's the version I like. Not the like the TV version. I don't have anything really wrong with it, except for that apparently like this version of the Red Death only has super speed inside of their super suit. They don't actually have super speed, which is very upsetting because I mean, like if you're gonna bust out the Red Death, like you might as well go full on and be like, no, Barry's trapped in there. Barry has to deal with a lot of murder that he's had to commit.
Yeah.
Unintentionally. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. I think they should have done that version over what they're doing. But who knows? There's still more episodes. They could still surprise us.
Yeah. But on to your number 3, Brandon.
Yes, Brendan, your number 3, please.
I was gonna say Harley, but I don't think she would actually count.
She does not because she's an anti-hero now, and she's not allowed on the list.
Because she's working with Batman currently, like as part of his
Bat family.
Bat family, yeah.
Oh, okay. So I didn't know that either.
She's a Harley Catwoman.
Okay.
Or Harley Batwoman, I think is what she officially went by.
What she calls herself.
Yeah. Even
Batman's
though she's
like, you're Harley Quinn.
Yeah. She's like, no, I'm Harley Batwoman. See, I've got the Catwoman suit, but I'm a bat.
Nice.
But so yeah, we're gonna need a different pick for your number 3, unfortunately.
No, I need to be serious about this one.
I'm
I was gonna
officially
say
out of the
something, but
Batman
it's
villains now.
I'm gonna say something, but it's more of a joke than anything
my top
else.
2 you're not going to see coming based on what you know about me from my top 5 heroes.
Oh man, that's gonna be insane. Okay.
You're not going to see them coming.
Yeah, I was gonna say, Ryan Reynolds as Green Lantern because
I mean, I almost want to let that one slide and say yes to that one because that one was
You know what?
bad.
I'm gonna let it slide. Yeah, I'm gonna let it slide.
all
Yeah.
right, we'll go with that then. Ryan Reynolds as Green Lantern.
That
Ryan
was
Ryan
bad.
Reynolds agrees with you.
He
Right?
would.
Yeah. I think Ryan Reynolds probably played his part as best he could. Or
Did the best with what he was given.
He's
Yeah.
younger than too,
Mine was
so
Heath Ledger as the Joker.
But,
Cosby was phenomenal.
movie itself, man, what was that?
Voodoo said
Heath
hers
Ledger's
is Heath
Joker.
Ledger.
Oh my God, no, he's got to be like number one.
Do you like energy drinks but hate the crash
Oh, boy.
at the end?
Oh boy.
Then try Dubby Energy Drinks.
What's up?
Go
That's
to
boy.
Dubby.gg and
Look,
use
Gary.
promo code Gary.
You'll find out here in a minute.
Oh no.
As soon as
next time on Dragon Ball Super.
so Brandon, you're going with
Yeah, I'm going with Ryan Reynolds as
Green Lantern.
Green Lantern because even though Green Lantern is a hero,
That movie
even though
was
Green
so
Lantern
bad.
was a hero, that movie, man.
Was
That
villainous.
so bad. All right,
That
so
was a villainous.
the reason why I said oh no is because Brandon mentioned about how Joker should be number one with Heath Ledger, and my number two pick is Joker.
Nice.
He's my number two pick, not my number one. I'm sorry. Joker is number two.
It's all right. We
mean-
can't always be perfect.
I just like my number one more than the Joker. I'm sorry.
That's all right. Anything else you want to say about the Joker?
I mean, the Joker, look, how many other villains can you say shot somebody in the back and paralyzed them?
Yeah.
Just as punishment for somebody else.
Thank you for
Wasn't
being
that
here. I greatly appreciate
part of the
it.
Batman Who Laughs thing
I
too,
hope
or
you
was
are
that
having a good time.
Killing Joke?
Killing Joke.
Okay, I knew it was up there somewhere. 'Cause I had actually heard about that.
Everything that he does in the Killing Joke, like, to be fair, yeah.
Yeah.
It makes him one of
Wasn't
the
the whole
top
point of Killing Joke just to prove that with one bad day you could break anybody?
Yes.
Yep, that was his whole point he was trying to make to Batman.
Yes. Also, like, come on, Heath Ledger as the Joker, phenomenal.
Oh, for sure.
Mark
Yep.
Hamill's Joker, phenomenal.
Yeah, dude, and not only that, but he's the voice of Joker at this point. At least animated. You'll have other people, but everybody knows Mark Hamill's voice as the Joker.
Yeah,
He definitely has the laugh the best, I believe.
absolutely.
And then, like, just the Joker, like, my favorite thing with the Joker, my favorite storyline was definitely involving the Jason Todd thing, when he tricks Batman into thinking that he killed Jason Todd. But in reality, he didn't kill Jason Todd, and he plays mind games with Jason, saying, hey, look, like, I kidnapped you, and where's Batman to come and save you? Like, why isn't he thought he, like, you were his sidekick. Why isn't he coming here to save you? Like, obviously he doesn't give a fuck about you. And turns him evil because of it. Like, yeah. Joker's my number two.
That's fair. That's fair.
Mikey,
It's a good pick.
you're number two.
All right, so like I said, I am no longer in the Batman game on villains. I've exhausted my picks with the evil Batman, which I feel are good. My number two is actually out of the Green Lantern universe. It's the first Red Lantern, Atrocitus. The Red Lantern ring is the ring that is fueled by rage.
Yep.
He is the first one. His people were killed, I think, by because of the negligence of the Green Lanterns, and it That's what caused him to give into his rage. And the Red Lantern ring, not only like does it give you the constructs like every Lantern ring does, what it does is to keep you full of rage, it replaces your blood with lava, and you can then vomit. One of your extra powers is you can vomit your lava blood onto people, melting them.
That's
So you have that as well as the constructs.
that's a
Also,
mess.
Yeah.
Atrocitus is so good at recruiting. He turned a cat into a Red Lantern.
I do remember seeing something like that on Facebook.
Yeah, its name is Dexstar. He is one of the most dangerous cats in all of DC. He's one of the most dangerous beings in DC because there's one thing we know about cats, they are assholes.
Oh,
I
ain't
love
that
it.
the
I love
truth?
them. And they will swipe at your leg from underneath the couch that you didn't know they were underneath for no fucking reason other than just to be a dick.
Ain't that
I
the
know
truth?
we've all been there. If you haven't, well, you're lucky.
Yeah.
Cats are dicks, and that's why Atrocitus is a true villain, because he's recruiting cats into his ranks. So now they have not just fur balls; they have flaming lava fur balls, and they can
Oh, wow.
they can fly and create
That is fucking
constructs.
terrifying.
Yeah, yeah, and that's what Atrocitus does is to fight the Green Lanterns. He recruits just
Cats are
people
assholes.
full of rage. That's his thing.
Ain't that right?
He wants to
Voodoo?
make the Guardians of the Universe pay for their negligence and not sending the Green Lanterns to save his people.
All right. Anything else you'd like to before we move on?
No, that's it for
Okay.
Atrocitus, man. Also, he's my main character that I played in Injustice 2.
Makes sense.
He's fucking good.
Brandon, you're number 2, please.
Good question. I'm trying to think of people I know.
Go to Batman the Animated Series; it'll never let you down.
You know, Scarecrow is pretty interesting.
hmm
I think I'll go with Scarecrow for my number 2.
It's a good choice.
I know he's even made it into a few games. Didn't he even poison Batman with a fear toxin at one point?
Oh, many
Yeah.
times.
Yeah, that's one of his main things he does throughout all the comics. Like that's what he do.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody gets the fucking pocket sand from Scarecrow.
Even
Yeah.
in the video games, you get hit by it.
Pocket sand.
Yeah, that wasn't there in one of the Arkham games. You get hit by it, and then it takes you to some scene where you're like,
Yeah.
where Batman's dead, or where it's the Joker dead, but then he pops up and jump scares you or some shit.
Wasn't it like the first Arkham, Gary? Like in Arkham?
No. The one where he's dead is Arkham Knight.
No, he's talking about like with Scarecrow. Like,
Oh.
wasn't that in the first one?
Yes. Because in the second one, when you get hit by it, you go into like the city that's destroyed, and you have to hide behind the shit without him seeing you. But in the first one, yeah, it's where the Joker's dead and he pop scares you. I believe. I'm pretty sure you're correct on that.
Yeah.
Um,
It's just interesting. And, you know, everybody says he doesn't really have any superpowers, but he has, I mean, somebody had to make the fear toxin. Was it him?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah,
I think
he
he's-
made it. Yeah.
He's got science, and science seems to work well enough for Batman.
It's true.
Yeah. All right.
So, yeah. That's what I'm going with.
It's a good pick. Good pick.
Yeah.
moving right along, we come to my number one. And unlike Mikey, I made this very Batman heavy forward apparently. My number one is one of the only other DC villains, in my personal opinion, I think rivals Batman on hand-to-hand combat, and that is, of course, Deathstroke.
Yeah.
He will
Absolutely.
always be one of my favorite DC villains of all time. I think he is great. He is a monster. He murders people.
Yep.
And he's really good with swords. And I love swords.
Isn't Deathstroke the same person as Slade?
That is, yeah, that's
Yeah,
his real name is
that's
Slade
Slade
Wilson.
Wilson.
Okay, just making sure.
Yeah. That's like it's I think they didn't call him Deathstroke specifically just because it was a kids show. So they were like, we'll go by his real name. He's
Yeah.
Slade.
Plus, the way
Sometimes.
Robin says it, Slade,
Yeah.
every
Yeah.
time.
Yeah. But,
Absolutely a great villain.
oh yeah. Love him. But, Mikey, you're number one. I am really excited to hear this.
Okay. So, here's the thing. Like my last pick, it's also a Green Lantern villain. While I don't really care for the Green Lantern as a whole, he has some of my favorite characters, like as antithesis to him.
Mhm.
Atrocitus being one. My absolute favorite one is the only wielder of the Orange Lantern Ring, because it is the Orange Lantern Ring of I believe it's greed or jealousy. I think it's greed.
Mhm.
And that is Larfleeze. And the reason he is the only Orange Lantern is because he will not allow anyone to get near his Orange Lantern, like or the power source. He will not allow anyone to have a ring. He is the only one. Any person he is such a threat that the Guardians of the Universe, the creators of all the Green Lanterns, like the ones that tap into the emotional spectrum to create the rings,
Mhm.
they have made it a law to Green Lanterns. They are not to go into his quadrant of the universe. Because he will kill anyone that gets in his universe because he thinks they're coming for his power. The most terrifying thing is that there is an Orange Lantern Corps. But the thing is, the Orange Lantern Corps is created by his Orange Lantern constructs, which are people he's killed that have the abilities that they had when they were alive.
Oh, wow.
He is his Orange Lantern Corps. He is the biggest threat to the entire universe, so much so that the Guardians of the Universe are like, you just have that entire quarter of the universe, and we'll leave you alone forever, because they don't want to bring his wrath upon them. And he also has the best, like, everyone knows the Green Lantern chant, the in brightest day and blackest night,
Mhm.
no evil shall escape us.
Yeah.
His is the best. Because it's the only one that I bothered to memorize. It's super simple, but it just encapsulates everything about being an Orange Lantern. What's mine is mine, is mine is mine, is mine is mine, not yours.
I love that. That's great. What's mine is mine, is mine is mine. Not yours.
And he became he became the first Orange Lantern by killing, I think, one of his family members when they came across it, and it, like, the light and like turned them both, like, psychotic to the point that they both wanted it, and he ended up being the one that won.
Oh, wow.
He's like thousands of years old as well, if I remember right. Like, it's ridiculous. He's been around for a long time. He's the best.
Okay. Good. anything else you would like to share before we move on to Brandon?
Nah, man.
Okay.
What's mine is mine, man.
Brandon, let's hear your number one, and I hope it's not who he just said.
No, I was gonna go with Brain. I have the dumb. Heath Ledger as Joker.
Yeah.
Specifically that one. Joker overall, I mean, if you got the right person playing the character, they're a pretty good character to begin with. But
I thought Jack Nicholson did an amazing job. Like when
He did
I
a
first
really
saw
good job too.
He's my personal favorite. I love Heath Ledger. He's right there with Jack Nicholson, but that's just my personal favorite.
I'm not even going to
Yeah.
say who my favorite Joker is.
I haven't actually seen a lot of the movies or anything, so most of what I've seen was Mark Hamill, which
Yeah.
I mean, like I said earlier, he does a damn good job with Joker.
Absolutely.
But Heath Ledger specifically, because of how he put him into the role, which unfortunately is probably also what led to his untimely demise.
Mhm.
Um,
Unfortunately.
but yeah, Heath Ledger is Joker.
Yeah. Understand completely, man. Like I understand. Like like I said, he's one of my favorite. It's just I saw like the Tim Burton Batmans as a child, and Jack Nicholson specifically was my first Joker that I ever saw before. Like I saw the animated series with Mark Hamill. So it's like. And Heath Ledger's up there. He's above Mark Hamill for me, and Mark Hamill's one of my favorite versions of the Joker, like as well. Like he's so fucking good as it.
Yeah.
But yeah, like you said, with
All
as
right.
much like heart as Heath put into it.
He put a lot of heart into that. He did a really good job. But, well, those were our DC villains. We've done the DC heroes and the villains now. So now we are going to switch over to Marvel.
Oh yeah,
And
the
we are
hardest part for me.
and we are going to start with Marvel superheroes.
Right here, buddy.
Mikey will be first, then Brandon, then me.
All right, my number 5, which is my actual it's kind of from the movie that they made for him, but it's actually the Punisher. And it's the one like the first like Punisher movie like from the 2000s that I
Yeah,
saw.
the good one.
Yeah, the one that John Travolta's in
Yeah,
and Kevin Nash as the
Yeah.
Russian. Yeah, the Punisher is one of my favorites. Like because like I was telling Gary, like he's one of those things. Like he may be personally classified as anti-hero, but my whole criteria between why like not using anti-heroes was their motivations. His motivation is purely for the good of like innocent people, whereas people like Deadpool, like Venom, like they're is more selfish. It depends on their mood.
Yeah.
And they will flip flop. Punisher does not flip flop. He does not. His only bad thing he does is murder, and the only thing he murders is bad people.
Yep.
That's his sole thing. He doesn't murder the innocent. He doesn't harm the innocent. He does everything he can to leave them alone. He goes strictly for the villain. That's behind it. He does not compromise because of what happened to his family. So that's why he's like my number 5, and that's why like as an anti-hero, it's the motivation behind it for me on how they can be allowed onto your heroes list.
Yeah.
And
see,
that was my difference. Like was specifically because of the Punisher versus like how a Deadpool or a Venom would act.
Yeah. And I agree. I think when you were talking about the Punisher, I think he should be classified as a superhero because of the fact that he doesn't kill innocent people. He only kills bad people. So I don't think that would make him an anti-hero. But
Yeah, well, they consider him an anti-hero because of the fact
Oh,
that
because
he
if he
has
kills-
because he's not he will murder.
I gotcha.
And that's where they don't want to count someone as a hero who murders.
Gotcha.
Like they're like fine if there's no other choice, but his first choice is I'm going to snipe that person from 1,000 yards away before they realize that they have even thought, or before they just woke up out of bed. They're walking past the window on their way to breakfast. Snipe. That's his first instinct when he knows there's a villain. Is they must die. And that's why that's why they count him as an anti-hero technically.
Gotcha.
It reminds me a lot of what a lot of people have said about Batman's thing. Because Batman, of course, is always like, well, if I go out and I kill this person, then that there's the same number of murderers in the world. And a common response to that is not if you kill a lot of them.
Yeah. And that's the Punisher's whole thought process.
I'm going to kill every single one of these guys.
They can't kill faster than I can kill them.
Pretty much.
Because he's like, I will blow up an entire building full of you if I have to.
To be fair, that's not always an inappropriate response either.
Yeah. But yeah, that's it for me on my number 5.
Okay.
It's on to you, sir.
Brandon.
Man, there's a lot, and I've seen a lot of the Marvel movies compared to the DC stuff too.
Same.
I know. I love the Marvel universe in movies, and even a lot of their TV. I grew up.
I'm really leaning towards Iron Man.
Yeah.
I mean, he's super intelligent, has money to just do whatever with. He's the guy that figured out time travel, for crying out loud. And I think Robert Downey Jr. did a really good job playing Iron Man. Probably not like, maybe I've heard a lot of people didn't like the first couple of movies. But throughout the series, he's definitely gotten better. Even if you would consider his first couple of movies as subpar. Definitely by like Infinity War, Civil War, Endgame, he's gotten a lot better. And of course, now that he's out of the MCU, at least for the time being, they could always still do like a flashback scene or something with him.
They've got the multiverse that's open now. Like they could just bring in him at any point in time from a different universe or a different variation of him. Like,
yeah.
See, that's the thing
That's
is
true,
like
too.
when you were talking.
That's what I love about their multiverse in Marvel. Like, there's so much like to it. It's not just
Yeah, because they did just do the Multiverse of Madness thing too, didn't they?
the multiverse is open, my friend.
Yep. And then like you were saying with like his first 3 movies not being that great, I liked the first 2.
Yeah.
I did too. I liked Iron Man 1 and 2. I didn't really get to see 3.
The only reason why I didn't care for 3 was just because they fucked up the main villain.
Ah. That makes sense too.
But anything else on the Iron Man aspect for your number 5 before I go to mine?
Nope. Go ahead.
My number 5 is somebody that I'm pretty sure everybody here knows. My number 5 is Daredevil.
Okay.
I mean, how can you not like a superhero that's blind? Like, he's amazing. He's blind, and he can still kick your ass like it was nothing.
Does he
and
have any sort of like superhuman anything, or is he just?
So what his power is, like, he got blinded by chemicals.
Yep.
And in turn, he gained kind of like sonar.
Yeah.
Where he can tell, like, he can see better than anybody with eyes because he can feel like the vibrations through like an entire building. He can feel where each person in a building was.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because of like the sonar, like the echoes throughout the building. So he's literally like what a Batman would be
if it was a bat.
Like, he has the powers of a bat, but he's like, like essentially like that.
Yeah.
So like he sees way better than anybody with eyes. So it's not really like he can't see bullshit. He sees better than you do, 10 times better. He knows what the person on your guys are in the penthouse. He knows what the person on the second floor in room 2B is doing. He can hear how they're shitting right now.
That's an interesting thought.
Like that's how like essentially like if you think about it, like that's how powerful he is at knowing things. Like,
But not only is he a superhero in fighting crime, but he's also a superhero fighting crime throughout the court system as a lawyer.
Yep.
So he's a
Best criminal defense
superhero.
lawyer.
He is a superhero on two different fronts.
He only takes winning cases, man, because he can
Exactly.
hear when somebody is lying
Yeah.
through
Which is
their
why-
through their body chemistry. Like he can hear their heartbeat, like their body chemistry. He can hear what's going on, so he can tell when a client's lying. So he won't take their case if he knows they're lying about what their crime committed.
Yeah.
But he only takes criminal defense, and he's only doing it to protect the people that are innocent of crimes they're convicted or they're accused of.
Yeah. Which is why he is my number 5. And, Mikey, your number 4, please.
Okay, so my number 4 is actually, I've been picking a lot of fairly powerful people in my characters.
Mm-hmm.
He is one of those, because he has the powers of a demon. It is Ghost Rider.
Ooh, good choice.
He controls fire. He has chain manipulation. He can make whatever vehicle he's driving do things outside of the laws of physics, and also he's got the most powerful ability to stop a villain in the Pen and Stare. Which, if you don't know what the Pen and Stare does, when you look directly into his eye sockets, since as we all know, Ghost Rider does not have eyes. You see all of the crimes you have ever committed, and you are trapped. Like your soul is like punished for it eternally to atone for whatever crimes you committed, and you feel whatever pain you inflicted on anyone that was harmed by your crimes.
Yep.
That's pretty much an insta-kill too, right?
It is. It is an insta kill because it, like I said, it is a direct attack to your soul. You feel every ounce of pain, and you are no longer trapped, and you are sent to and like I said, it's based on like the level of your crime. Like if you just a purse snatcher, but you didn't harm anyone. You just you're like a 13-year-old kid, and you just grab some grandma's purse running by something like that. You're not gonna take it's not gonna kill you. But if you're a fucking murderer, you're going to feel every ounce of pain you inflicted from your murders. And it's not going to kill you. You're going to feel it until you die. But you're going to feel every single person that you've ever murdered's pain from the exact amount of pain that they felt.
Makes sense.
Yeah. Before you die.
All right. Anything else for you, sir?
No,
All
bro.
right. Brandon, on to you for your number 4, good sir.
Number 4. Bollocks, there's just so many.
There is a lot.
Yeah, I know, man. That's why, dude, I told you, man. That's why I had to go on that list of 200 just to figure out 5.
Yeah.
I looked through every single one of them just to make sure I...
Mine are pretty much all coming straight out of the MCU. I almost said DCU. But the cinematic universe.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Just because that's what I'm most familiar with.
Hey, we all get our media of it from somewhere. It's just whatever appeals to you, however it appeals.
Mm-hmm.
We can always teach you more, about things we know about them.
My problem is trying to rank people against the other, and that's where I start struggling.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, X-Men are part of the MCU now too, aren't they?
They are, technically.
Technically, yes, but they haven't made their, or some of them haven't made their debut yet. But yeah, they're still part of Marvel, so they count.
I'm gonna go with Wolverine, actually.
Good
It's
choice.
a really good pick, man.
Really
In
good.
the in the couple of X-Men movies I've seen, I've really liked him in those. Granted, I haven't seen a lot of the newer stuff. But I think the one of them that I watched was like Days of Future Past.
It's a good one.
I know he's been portrayed in more than one video game. Honestly, he's just a cool character in general.
Mm-hmm.
I was interested by what they did in, I want to say it was like Origin. He can't, like, because his regeneration is so high, it's extremely difficult to kill him.
Mm-hmm.
This adamantium or adamantite, whatever he's coated with. It's extremely difficult to like hurt him at all. But at the end of one of those movies, the dude shot him at least once in the head with a special bullet, and it got through the skeleton and actually gave him brain damage. He had memory issues, but aside from that, like, I'm sure there's people in the comics that can hurt him, but generally speaking, he's not taking a lot of damage.
Yeah.
It's the kind of guy that'll just run in and tear everything to shreds and think about it later.
Yep.
So,
Absolutely.
yeah. He's my
Alright.
number 4.
My number 4 was actually already said by one of you too. My number 4 was also Ghost Rider.
Nice.
That's funny.
And also because of the same reasons Mikey said, because of that stare, like it straight attacks your soul. Plus, in the movie, he was portrayed by one of my favorite actors, Nicolas
Oh,
Cage.
Dude, that was the best version. Dude, I love that movie so much.
Yeah.
Just him losing his shit, just laughing while he's transforming and his face is disintegrating.
Yeah. And I love in the second one when he pees and it's blue and he's all like, I pee blue flames! It was great. But yeah, I don't really need to talk much because, like, everything that I would have said has already been said. So, Mikey,
Sorry, man.
number 3.
I mean, you did it to me in the last.
I know.
last list.
I did it twice.
Okay, so number 3, the actual only unbeatable person in all of Marvel. Literally, no one has ever beaten this person. Squirrel Girl.
Squirrel Girl.
Yes. Squirrel Girl.
That's such a great pick, dude. I'm so happy.
In one of the comics, didn't she actually beat Thanos?
Yes.
Yep.
Easily.
Nice.
Off panel.
Yep.
She gets overlooked because of her name, and
She has it's her name and her powers. Her powers are she is the powers of a squirrel. Which is she has a tail and ears like a squirrel. And she can climb trees. She is an unbeatable hand-to-hand combatant. No one can defeat her, as was stated. That was my main argument, was she beat Thanos in hand-to-hand combat. Don't feel like I need to say anything else. I think she's also beaten, I think she beat Galactus before as well.
I'm pretty sure.
I feel like that's what happened, and there's nothing else to be said, like, other than that, like,
she can beat Galactus, man.
Yeah.
with her fist and her squirrel powers.
Isn't he the freaking Planet Eater?
The Eater of Worlds, yes.
Yeah.
That's what I
But yeah.
thought.
That's my pick
It's a good pick. It's a really good pick.
for number 3.
Brandon.
Hawkeye.
Good
Yeah.
choice.
I had to think about it where I wanted to put him on the list, but I wanted to put him on the list for the same reasons you wanted to put Green Arrow on the list.
Bows.
Yeah.
Personally,
And
I like him better, like from the comics, but that's also my my Marvel over DC bias. I feel like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and I don't know a whole lot about Green Arrow. But I know, like, Hawkeye literally has said in more than one media source, I believe, that he is just a guy with a bow out here trying to compete with all these other superhumans and gods and, like, secret assassins and shit. He's just a guy with a bow.
Yeah.
And he keeps up pretty well for being just a guy with a bow.
Yeah. It's a horrible thing what happened to the actor, but
Yeah.
But yeah, that's my...
He's doing better, isn't he? I thought I heard like he was doing
yeah,
better.
he is doing better.
Did he end up losing a leg or
No,
legs?
he did not. He did not.
Well, that's good. I mean, they make really good prosthetics nowadays, but
Yeah. Nope, he has not lost
never
the
really
leg
want
yet.
to lose a part of your body like that.
All right. My number 3 is Thor, the God of Thunder.
Good pick.
He, again, I love Greek, Norse mythology. Like, any type of mythology, I'm down with. He's strong. He has that hammer, which the hammer brings up a really good question that I have to ask you guys while we're talking about Thor.
Yeah.
Okay.
So,
Don't forget to do your shout out on this question. That I remember.
yes. The reason why I got brought up this question is because a friend of mine and Brandon's and Mikey's brought it up the other day. And while they were discussing it, I didn't want to bring it up or give out my opinion on this subject because I was all like, this is literally what we're getting ready to talk about today during my podcast. So thank you, John, for bringing up this question. I hope you're here so you can actually hear this conversation. With Thor's hammer, it is stated that you have to be worthy to lift it. And if you're not worthy and you get hit by it, you can't move. It pins you wherever you're at. So if the Earth was a living being,
Correct.
and Thor dropped his hammer onto the Earth, if it did not deem Earth worthy to hold the hammer, would it in turn make the Earth stop spinning?
Ooh. Even more so, we're always moving through space. Like we're not just rotating around in the sun. We're moving through space, and you know the whole solar system is rotating in the Milky Way and all that. How does that affect it?
Yeah.
How is it held inside? It's like the weight of the entire universe. Like with the size of it, where does it go?
Exactly. Do you think that would happen, though? Like, do you think that's a possibility, or do you think that the Earth would be worthy enough?
Oh,
I feel like
I've
you
seen
should be
some
the one to
humans,
name your.
so
I feel like you should be the one to state your case first, seeing as you were the one that was asked.
Of course, you
You
would
were
say
the,
that.
You were the one that was initially questioned,
So,
posed this question.
in my thing, I believe if Earth wasn't worthy to hold the hammer, and Thor was to drop it, I do think the Earth would stop moving. Like, it wouldn't spin anymore, and the hammer, like the gravitational of it, like hitting Earth, would just push Earth out into outer space. And we would just continuously move throughout outer space, farther and farther away from our galaxy, because the hammer is pushing us that direction, because the Earth wasn't worthy enough to hold it. I think we'd be
Interesting.
fucked.
I was gonna ask, is there anything that has been able to be used to move the hammer, like, in general?
No.
Because
Other than somebody who is worthy, I've never seen it ever get picked up off the ground.
Yeah, it
Which
never
is-
moves. You can't move it at all.
Which is what
But that-
influences my decision of, no, it would do nothing to the Earth because has never done anything to the Earth in the first place. Yes, with the numerous times that it has been on the ground. Because
Yeah,
if
but
it
maybe
had,
that's
it would
because it
not
was
be-
worthy.
No, hold on. If it had, well, yes, but if it had affected anything, probably wouldn't, because it is not as its weight is not nearly that dense. It is less than any of the stars in the solar system by what its actual weight is, and how it was created through the comics. It doesn't weigh enough to even affect the Earth.
Okay.
To be a spoil sport and technical about it and ruin the fun of the thought process, no, it would do absolutely nothing. But for the sake of fun, my thought process on it, absolutely, it would send the Earth careening out of the fucking galaxy through another galaxy. It would fly like the black hole. A black hole wouldn't be able to stop it. It would just hurtle through the universe at like breakneck speeds because the universe is infinite. So everything on it would just become a giant ice ball flying through infinite space.
Okay.
that would be tragic.
In the hypothetical of fun version of this.
Okay.
I
can get behind
my my theory would be that since you can pin somebody with a hammer, so you can pin somebody with a hammer, but they continue rotating with the rotation of the Earth. That would be the reason that it wouldn't do anything to the Earth itself. The gravitational force of the Earth and the Milky Way and the Sun, like all of that, would be enough to overcome the hammer holding, like being held there. I mean, the hammer would continue to rotate with the Earth and everything, but I think the Earth would continue to rotate at least in a similar way to how it was before. I don't think it would completely stop it.
Yeah.
Now maybe it would slow it or alter the gravitational pull. But I don't think it would be enough to stop it completely. That's my thought process on it.
Okay. All very good answers. But this is, I believe we are on to Mikey's number 2.
Sure. I believe so. My number 2 is actually, like Swamp Thing, a character that I originally didn't realize the movies were Marvel. Like, I didn't realize Swamp Thing was DC. It is Blade.
Oh, I knew that.
Yeah, I didn't realize that when I first saw it when I was growing up. Like, I just didn't know. I didn't pay attention like whenever it popped up until I
Mhm.
I didn't pay attention to the logo, I guess, or I always missed it or something.
Right.
Uh, but yeah, like it's specifically because of like Wesley Snipes' version of Blade and the Blade Trinity, like the Blade
Yes.
trilogy.
Yeah.
Um, that I like Blade. But yeah, that's really all I had for him was like specifically that. Like,
All right. Brandon, you're number 2.
Number 2. Um, not to sound cheesy, I guess, but I'm gonna go with Captain America.
yeah,
Good
Um,
choice.
simply, I tend to like people who started out more or less as normal people and ended up getting their powers a different way.
Mhm.
Um, whereas in the MCU, Steve Rogers was a normal person, bit scrawny, but in general, normal person, and he ends up proving himself through his actions and other ways, mostly by his actions, though, that he is worthy of, being the person that they could test this super soldier serum on. And since then, he's fought the Nazis. He's survived being frozen in ice. Like, he's generally a good guy. He genuinely is just trying to make the world a better place. Um, and I know there's people that can beat him, but in hand-to-hand combat, isn't he like one of the best?
yeah.
Yeah.
Really funny thing for his powers, from his abilities, he actually can see faster than things happen. He sees things faster.
Oh,
Huh.
I didn't know that one.
Yeah, like he sees what your muscles are going to do before they do. Kind of like Taskmaster. It's kind of a similar thing, but that's how it's explained: is he sees faster.
Hmm.
Hmm.
So it's just a weird way of saying it.
It's interesting.
Yeah.
All right. Anything else before we continue?
Nope. That's
All
it
right.
for me.
Before I go on to my number 2, there is one thing that I need to say, and that's Mikey, you and me need to get off of the same idea path here, because my number 2 was also Blade.
Nice.
I love vampires, so like it shouldn't really be a surprise that he made my list.
Yeah.
Plus, it was one of like the first R-rated movies I was allowed to watch as a kid. Because my dad also loved vampires. Like, vampires was one of his favorite things of all time. So, like, growing up, me and him both loved Blade. Um, and to be a vampire who can walk in the daylight and not sparkle like like in Twilight,
Yeah.
is just great. But yeah, Blade was my number 2. Um, Mikey, your number 1, please.
Okay. So my number 1 is from the X-Men, and it's my favorite character from the X-Men, which I actually like. That's one of the first like. That's one of like my first cartoons I remember watching was the X-Men animated series alongside the Batman animated series,
Mhm.
uh, and I just like his character. I like his ability. It's really cool and unique. It's Gambit.
Good choice.
Uh, I like what he can do. His ability to just charge things with kinetic energy to where they explode, and it can be anything he touches. He just chooses playing cards because it's the cheapest and easiest thing.
That's a pretty logical choice, though.
Like it's, yeah. I mean, like what reason do you not to use it?
It's readily available. You can get them just about anywhere. They don't cost you an arm and a leg.
Exactly. Like it's a super simple to use tool. Like it's so with his accuracy, like it being something he's used himself for a long period of time. Like it just makes the most sense.
Yep. All right.
But yeah, that's my number one.
All right. Brandon, your number one, please.
Honestly, that's a hard one to pick. Number one for the Marvel Universe. I've had issues with a couple of these. Go with Spider-Man in general. In general, Spider-Man.
He's one that I considered on my list a lot.
Another really marketable superhero like Batman. Spider-Man, though, I think in a lot of the movies, they don't necessarily show the full extent of his powers. Because you see in the comics a lot that he's like super, super strong. But the most you really see him do in most of the movies is like stop a truck or sometimes a train. And the train, it takes significant effort to stop. Whereas what it seems like he should be able to do is just kind of stop it. And I don't do a whole lot with the comics and stuff, but between the just natural ability to sense danger around, which makes him extremely difficult to perform any type of sneak attack from anywhere on, just strength, and then the fact that he's another one of them that's just trying to make the world a better place. I like Spider-Man for my number one spot.
Yeah, that's a really good one.
All right. Well, for my number one, I will say, Mikey, we finally did not match.
Thank you for getting off my list.
You're welcome. But unfortunately, I did match with Brandon because my number one favorite Marvel character is Spider-Man.
I see. He lied to us, Brandon. He was copying off our list all along. That's why on the heroes he had us go first.
That's not true at all.
Shut up! You're getting me in trouble. It's supposed to stay quiet, Mikey.
Spider-Man is and has always been my favorite Marvel superhero. One, just because he's funny. Two is because, like, he's just so kind, and, you know, he when you first meet him, he's that underdog. Scrawny. And then he gets bit by a spider, and just becomes this amazing superhero who can do a lot of things that no one else can. Plus, his spider sense is really awesome, and depending on which version of Spider-Man you get, he created the tech to shoot the spider webs.
Yeah, his extremely high intelligence is one of the things I forgot about.
Yeah.
Doesn't make it any less relevant. He's extremely intelligent.
Yeah. Very intelligent. Plus, in a lot of the video games, he is a lot of fun to play as. Which is why he is on my number one. Alright, so, now that the Marvel heroes are done, we will be switching over to the Marvel villains, where Brandon will go first, then it will be me, and then Mikey will go last.
So number one can be number one as the last thing.
But
I'm
before
excited for that.
we begin, I am going to take a quick restroom break, and then as soon as I get back, we can get
That
going.
works for me. I actually need to have Franny go to bed because she works early tomorrow. If I wake her up at 3 a.m., she's going to fight me.
Yeah. So let's go ahead and do that, and we will be right back to finish out the Marvel part of this conversation.
Okie dokie.
Alright, I'm back.
Welcome back.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm glad to be back. Oh boy. I'm excited for this. I really hope my number one isn't the same as yours.
Oh, dude, I'm positive it won't be, but if it is, I'm gonna be so mad. Because I'm ready to prove everybody like who honestly is the best character in all of Marvel.
I almost want to ask what the first letter starts with just to
Nope.
see.
Not even giving that up, man. You like the viewers have got to wait until we get to that point.
I just really don't want it to be the same. Like, I don't think they will be, just because I know you have a much deeper knowledge of Marvel than I do. But, like...
Oh, no, see, mine is all about, like, who I actually, like, I identify, like, with this character a lot, like, personally.
Oh, you identify with him?
I identify with this character's ideology.
Oh, then we definitely don't have the same person then. Because if you did that with this character that I chose, then I don't think we should be friends anymore. We definitely don't have the same person.
No, dude, I'm telling you, the person I want to follow's ideology, the right ideology, 100%.
Yeah,
This person deserves this person is actually right in all facets.
I think I already know who it is then.
Nope. Well, maybe, but I'm just telling you, like.
I have an idea. I'll tell you if I was right or wrong after we get to your number one, but... But I know for a fact now we don't have the same person. Which is great.
Yeah.
Alright, I'm back. Sorry about that.
Welcome
Welcome back.
Alright. So, Brandon, you are kicking us off with your fifth
Number
favorite
5.
Marvel villain.
Number
Damn.
5.
Number
Five.
Villains. Less experience with villains than heroes, of course. It may take me a second to think about this one.
Oh, that's fine.
Yeah, take your time.
I go through a few of them too. We're not doing like anti-heroes or like.
Yeah, no, because after we do this, we can talk about like a couple
The-
of our favorite anti-heroes.
Yeah.
Okay. Crap. I'm actually having a hard time putting a finger on anybody. Let's go with Ultron.
That's a good one.
Good pick.
I was actually really enjoyed the Age of Ultron movie.
It was a good movie.
I know there's more to him than that, but yeah, well, I was gonna say all sentient, but he's not omnipresent or anything. He's just created so many clones of himself that he has his own private army.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like Cyborg can jack into pretty much any piece of tech, I would assume, given enough time. Yeah. The fact that he was actually going to use one of the Infinity Stones to make himself, in his eyes, as close to perfect as possible was really interesting, too. Coincidentally, is how they came up with Vision, but that's beside the point. Yeah, that's what I'm going with for my number 5.
It's a good pick. Really good pick. My number 5 is the Green Goblin.
Good pick.
Great Spider-Man villain. Probably the most iconic Spider-Man villain, other than somebody else. Evil, because he goes crazy. Scientist, super smart. You know. Just all around great character. Awesome villain. Love him. That's my number 5, Mikey.
My number 5 is Thanos.
Well, I was wrong about your number 1.
Yeah, you were. Look, I understand why you think that, like, based off of what I said there just a second ago, where I was like, I agree with this person's ideology. No, not necessarily. Like, he's not wrong. He's not. But he's not really right. Like, that's the thing about Thanos. Like, he's not wrong on, like, what he's saying about that. But it's, yeah, it's just hard to, like, I can't completely agree with him, but, like, he's one of those villains that, like, his biggest downfall is always himself. It's not his opponents, it's they have to find a way to get him to defeat himself. Usually. Like, it's not, that's the thing I enjoy about him. It takes a lot of effort from everybody. He's a huge threat. One of those things you just really don't. He's just one of those kind of people you really don't want to mess with.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's really all there is. Like, I mean, everybody like heard all the like that. Like, there's been a lot of people that have tried justifying Thanos. I'm not going to, because, like I said, he's not. He's not completely right in my eyes. That's my number one villain,
Okay.
who is
Alright.
actually right.
Okay. Brandon, number 4.
Damn, I forgot I was going next. Um, you know what? You know what? Loki. Loki is really interesting villain. Oh
Mm-hmm.
God.
Mm-hmm.
Really liked him in the MCU. I know there's more to him outside of the MCU, but like I said before, most of mine is pretty much coming straight from the MCU
Yep. Yep.
because I don't do a lot of the comic stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I think it was Tom Hiddleston
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
played that role really well.
Yes, yes, he does.
And yeah, he does get a little bit of a redemption arc towards the end where he tries to fight Thanos, and that doesn't go very well for him. But, I mean, overall, he was at least shady. I guess he's not quite as bad as some of the other villains out there, but as a character, he's interesting to me. Has a lot of potential, too. Not necessarily just with, like, his abilities, but dude can shapeshift to make himself look like anybody. He can do pretty much whatever he wants. He can frame whoever he wants for whatever he wants.
Mm-hmm.
You know, just because he doesn't get their abilities doesn't mean that there's not benefits to just being able to do all of that. And I don't know a whole lot about what his abilities are outside of when he had the Tesseract. Because I know when he had that, he also had the staff that could shoot things, but I believe that was more or less tied to the Tesseract. Yeah. Loki for number 4.
Very good pick.
Okay, very good pick. Very, very good pick, Brandon. I'm so proud of your pick, man. It was such a good pick. My number 4 is also Loki. Mikey, what's your number 4?
Well, mine is the original comic book meme. It's the Juggernaut, bitch.
Nice.
I mean, it's the Juggernaut, bitch. Like, it's so funny. Like, he's literally unstoppable. He's one of the most powerful things. Nothing. He doesn't need to eat. He doesn't need to sleep.
It's true.
He's always around. One of those things you just like. He's like Thanos. Like, it is inevitable. He is unstoppable. No matter how the movies always find a way to stop it in a bad way. Like, outside of, like, honestly, even though it's absolutely not possible how to stop him, Deadpool 2 like had the Juggernaut right. That was the most right the Juggernaut had been in media since like the X-Men cartoon.
Yep.
He's just amazing. Like, it's just a lot of fun.
Yep. I do agree. Juggernaut's a really good pick. Really good pick. Brandon, number 3, sir.
Number 3. Hang on, I'll mute my headset so y'all don't have to listen to me breathe. Because I can hear it myself and it's bothering me while I'm trying to think.
That's alright, man.
Mikey.
Yeah.
We did not succeed in keeping this under 3 hours again.
Nope.
Oops.
Okay.
Damn. I would pick Bucky, but he's not really a villain.
No, he is
No,
a
he's a
hero.
He was just brainwashed.
Yep.
I'm trying to go through all the different movies off the top of my head. It's just not working out for me.
You got Spider-Mans, all the different versions of the Spider-Man movies.
Yeah, we do, don't we?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I was about to say Dr. Octagonopus.
Doc Ock. Yes.
Doc Ock.
That is.
I like Doc Ock. He was one of the more interesting villains. He's one of those that more or less became a villain by accident, at least in on the Tobey Maguire version of Spider-Man.
Yeah, no, that's pretty accurate too.
Yep.
It was an accident that caused him.
Even in the video game, didn't he have like some sort of degenerative disease? He was trying to pretty much brainstorm a way around that. And what ended up happening was he either programmed something funny and it messed with his emotions, or it was similar to the movie and the arms were just like, hey, we're in charge now.
Yeah, I think so. I don't remember exactly.
Yeah, I don't remember exactly what it was
But
either.
yeah, I think so. It sounds very accurate.
Yeah, but he wasn't one of those guys that was out to like destroy the world or anything. At least from what I remember, it's been a while. Now that I said that, though, I can't actually remember what his personal motivation was after he became a villain.
I
I think it
feel
was
like
pretty much just to kill Spider-Man.
I feel like it was like for some reason he was blaming Spider-Man, but I don't remember what exactly.
It was for, yeah.
Yeah. He was a little bit more, I guess, evil in the video game. The new video game, I should say, not necessarily the old ones. It's been too long since I've played any of those to actually be able to talk about them meaningfully. But I was going with somewhere with that, and my mind just was like, yeah. I'm just gonna go with Doc Ock for, where are we on,
Number
3?
Yep.
Yeah.
It's a good choice.
Indeed.
Alright. My number 3 is somebody that was mentioned earlier. While we were talking about Marvel heroes, actually. My number 3 is Taskmaster. Taskmaster.
All of our English is broken tonight. Good to know.
Basically for the exact same reasons Mikey had said earlier about his abilities, or the reason why he made my number 3 list. Yeah, number 3 spot. Yep. Mikey, you're number 3, so I can stop talking.
My number 3 is one of the X-Men's major villains. It's Apocalypse.
Mr. Ooze 2.0.
Look, Ivan Ooze is not a villain. Is not a part of Marvel, so I cannot have him in here.
I know.
Don't get it twisted. Everybody loves Ivan Ooze.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, it's Apocalypse. I mean, he's immortal. He can gain. He has like a very his mutation makes him able to along with the techno virus thing allows him to morph and change his body into whatever he needs it to. He believes, might is right, survival of the fittest, Darwinism to the extreme. He's another one of those ideological villains, kind of like Thanos, and my number 1 that I kind of like. I like characters with some depth to them. More recently, he is in comics right now. He's actually working with the X-Men for mutant, or to keep mutants safe and everything on their island. but he's always been a villain more than anything else. But yeah, it's Apocalypse, man. He's even able to change other mutants' powers and enhance them, like he did with Angel, making him not just a guy with wings, but a guy with wings that can actually use the feathers as metal projectiles.
Nice.
He's made Wolverine more powerful. He's made the Hulk more powerful. He's just one of those unstoppable beings, man.
Good choice for number 2.
That's number
3.
3.
Sorry. All right. Brandon, number 2 gets.
I'm on number 2. So at one point, I was thinking about going with this guy for my number 1, but upon further reflection, I think I found a better fit for my number 1.
Okay.
I'm gonna keep this one simple. It's Thanos. We've already discussed a little bit about Thanos. My biggest comment when it comes to Thanos is, again, it's hard to argue whether he's wrong or right. The main point is you can't just go around murdering people. I'm sorry, you can't. It's not nice. Are you right that overpopulation and greed are wiping out your ecosystem? Yeah, probably. But you can't just go around murdering people. That's it.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, dude, I completely agree. Like, that's why I put him at my number 5.
My number 2 is somebody that is currently part of the MCU universe. And he is the main villain of this phase, actually. My number 2 is Kang the Conqueror.
Good pick, man. I actually thought about using him as well.
Yeah. I mean, what is his whole thing? The fact that he goes to different universes and just murders the fuck out of the Avengers?
So Kang the Conqueror is from the future.
From the future, yeah.
His timeline, there is no longer any problems with the world. So it was very boring for him, and so he decided he wanted to try to conquer everything, and in doing so, like, he just went to the past, like, through a bunch of different timelines, and he's just tried to conquer everything to where he's ended, like, it's in the future, he's conquered everything, but now he's trying to conquer all of time, and one of the things he's actually done, which I just learned before we started today's episode, was the fact that when he went back in time, one of the things he did was he's made it to where every bit of technology he uses all of technology we use and we have known actually comes from him. Like, he influenced all the technology that is currently being used in the Marvel Universe.
Okay.
And, like, to the point, like, if you remember back in, do you remember in the Captain America movie, I believe, where they showed where they had the World's Fair thing?
Yeah.
That actually, like, do you remember, like, kind of like this, like, red suit thing in, like, a jar?
Yeah.
That actually is the original Human Torch, which was created by some other scientist who was employed by Kang the Conqueror during a time when he was playing, because he was trying to make it so people just thought he was like a super smart scientist.
Mm.
He didn't want people to realize that he wasn't aging. He was playing himself. He himself was playing a role of himself as the grandson of himself.
Wow.
which influenced Tony Stark's family as well in technology as well. Like he influenced Stark's everything from Tony Stark to like the guy who created the original Human Torch, which was just an android that was like uh it was just an extremely advanced android, kind of like Vision or Ultron, like one of the something like that. But it
Okay.
just had flame powers like the Human Torch.
Gotcha. Gotcha. Well, in the movies, he
Also,
murdered
yeah.
the fuck out of the Avengers in a whole bunch of different timelines.
Also, there's different things where like it's hinted at that he is either the descendant of Reed Richards of the Fantastic Four or Doctor Doom. It's either or.
Huh. All right. Anyways, Mikey, number 2. Good sir.
My number 2, we actually also mentioned earlier, is the Eater of Worlds, Galactus. I mean, what more is there really to say about somebody who's known as the Eater of Worlds? Uh, he he consumes entire planets and their civilizations to maintain his hunger. Uh, the only way to make it so he doesn't eat Earth is Reed Richards from the Fantastic Four had to create something called the Ultimate Nullifier, which would erase him, and he is not allowed to be erased from the cosmic order by from eternity and like the living tribunal, some of the most powerful beings in all of Marvel. Like eternity is the embodiment of the entire universe, and the living tribunal is the second most powerful entity in all of Marvel, as the judge and the thing that keeps balance throughout the entire multiverse. And they maintain that Galactus is a necessary evil in the world.
Hmm.
And he was originally a man from a time in the universe that existed before the current time of the Marvel Universe, where he was a scientist that put himself in a machine to save himself from the end of his universe, which then created the Big Bang that started the new timeline, which transformed him into Galactus for being present at the start of the Big Bang.
Interesting.
Yes.
It's very interesting. All right. That would bring us to the last one for this list. Brandon, your favorite Marvel villain of all time, please.
I'm gonna go with Magneto, actually.
Ooh, that's good.
That's a really good choice.
He
Really
has a
good choice.
long list of things that he can do with his powers. Not necessarily just controlling of magnetic things and metal. Apparently, from what I understand, if he really wanted to, he could manipulate the molecules in the air and do a lot of different things with them.
Indeed. He
Um,
can.
because
It's all
of
forms of magnetism.
yeah,
He's a master
because
of.
of all the magnetism, because that's totally an English sentence. Everything is, well, almost everything is magnetic in some way. So yeah, and I guess in some movies he's not necessarily always bad, but he ends up being portrayed as a bad guy a good chunk of the time anyway. So yeah, that's who I'm picking for my number 1.
Okay.
Very,
It's a really
very
good choice. He almost
Thank
made
you.
my list too.
Same.
Which brings me to my number 1. Now, I'm going to describe him and say why I picked this person before I say who it is. Because I want you to correct me if I'm wrong when I say this person's name after I describe him. If I remember correctly, he is the only villain who murders children and old people. Like,
Okay.
he doesn't give a fuck what gender you are, what age you are. He will murder you just because. Just because. My favorite villain is from Spider-Man, Carnage.
Yeah, no, you're right. Like, Carnage will just murder anyone.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure he's the only one who would murder children and old people.
I mean, technically, Galactus eats literally every single being.
Yeah, but that's different. A little
Galactus
bit.
does it because he has to.
Yes.
Carnage will do it by choice.
Yeah, Carnage does it because he just finds it fun.
You're right. You're right. There is a very big distinction between the two. You're right. But yeah, that's because his main personality, like the person Carnage is in charge of, is a serial killer.
Yeah, I was gonna say the dude was a serial killer before he got the symbiote, which just made him an even more deadly serial killer.
Yep.
But yeah, that is my number one. That is my favorite Marvel villain of all time. And I cannot wish that the movie Venom would have done him better than what they did. But I understand with the PG-13 movie, there was only so far they could go. But I'm really hoping that eventually he'll get an R-rated film where Carnage can be truly Carnage. Mikey, what everybody has been waiting for.
The best villain. The only villain who is truly right for everyone. The person that you should act like everyone should honestly wish and hope would rule would rule this planet. Doctor Doom. Doctor Doom is the actual villain, like the ruler everyone needs. And my proof is the fact that he is the ruler of the country of Latveria. Okay? The rule of Latveria in his home of Latveria, he is loved by the entire population. His approval rating as ruler is 100% in Latveria as the dictator, and not through cruel means. The people genuinely love Doctor Doom. Doctor Doom's ended hunger, homelessness. He has universal health care. People don't want for anything. They don't need for anything. And to prove my fact that Doctor Doom is the absolute best villain and what everyone should hope to have as our ruler is he actually, in Black Panther comics, he met the deity who looks into all beings' souls and all timelines, that names who the next Black Panther is. That animal or that being said that in all timelines, the only planet or the only universe that is under no want, that where the entire world is at complete peace, is a world ruled by Doctor Doom. The only timeline that Earth isn't completely safe is under rule of Doom. Nobody on Earth.
Interesting concept.
Exactly. Doctor Doom is because his only goal is to make everything right for his people. He rules. While he comes off as a villain to everyone in the United States and everyone around the world, it's because he is doing everything for the best interest of the people under the rule of Doctor Doom. And like I said, nobody there wants for anything. He doesn't allow for his people to have wants. They live peaceful lives. Nobody attacks Latveria. Nobody comes into Latveria because Doctor Doom has this Doom bots on complete and utter patrol, and everybody in Latveria feels perfectly safe. There is no crime. anything, he is the best villain. Period.
All right. It's really hard
That
to
actually
argue
makes
with
a lot
that.
of sense.
Exactly. Like I said, there's no debate in what I say with Doctor Doom. He is the best. He is my savior. The one person I wish I wish he ruled over me. I wish I lived in a world under Doom.
You know, with all of that, it doesn't sound like it would actually be too bad.
Yeah, I mean, literally, when a deity that sees all timelines tells you the only timeline that is perfectly peaceful and everybody is happy is under the rule of one person, why would I not want that person to rule me?
Yeah, right?
Makes a lot of sense.
All right. Well, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. The lists of favorite Marvel heroes and villains and DC heroes and villains is now complete. But before we continue on, there's I know of at least 3 people we need to mention.
Mhm.
One of them from DC and 2 of them from Marvel. Maybe more. Let's talk about anti-heroes, the ones that are good and bad.
The ones we
Everybody's
actually
favorite.
wanted to talk about, our
Yeah.
actual number ones.
Um. Well, honestly, Carnage was still going to be my number 1 no matter what. Venom was going to be my number 2, but Venom was definitely going to be on my list for the Marvel villains because it's Venom.
Yeah.
Right.
He's great. I mean, he's the reason why we have Carnage.
Yeah.
And then, of course, Brandon, I know there's somebody you want to talk about.
Come to think of it, I'm just kidding.
You son of a bitch.
Deadpool. Always Deadpool.
Who's not a part of
Absolutely.
DC, he's a part of Marvel.
Oh, are we in DC right now?
No,
Oh, we're
Oh,
talking
I was
about
just
no.
saying
just
that
anti heroes.
because
You're
you
talking about
said,
what I said earlier.
yeah.
Yeah.
I will always stand by my comment that he is a part of DC in some way. Because none of us can tell him no.
I
That's
just
the only
did.
reason. Yeah, but did he listen?
No, he didn't.
Probably not.
Exactly.
He did
But I
not
can still
listen to
tell
a
him.
word.
It doesn't mean he has to listen. I'll still tell him.
Let me know how that works out for you, buddy.
Okay.
I actually really liked Ryan Reynolds as Deadpool.
He honestly
He's
plays
like
Deadpool perfect.
perfect.
Yeah. I don't think anybody will be able to be recast and play Deadpool as good as Ryan Reynolds.
Be real hard. Like
I'm sure there's a couple of people out there that could do it, but
see, it's really hard because in one of the comics, there's a panel where he talks about him looking like Ryan Reynolds.
Yeah.
yeah. Ryan Reynolds mixed with a radioactive Sharpay or something
Yeah.
like that.
Yep. And the fact that Ryan Reynolds is one of those few, one of the actual fans
Yeah.
of the Deadpool character, and was fighting for so hard to make it right after the Origins movie. That
Yeah.
terrible.
Didn't he shoot himself eventually?
Yes.
Yeah, he
At
went
the end of
when
the
in
first one?
Deadpool 2. No, it was
No,
Deadpool
it's
2
just like
because he got
three.
the time belt because
That's
Cable
right.
was in there. He went through the different timelines and shot the Deadpool that was in Origins to fix it.
Nice.
Yeah, he was
Um,
my number one character
Yeah.
in all of Marvel for me.
Yeah, Deadpool was definitely going to be on my list of heroes too. Um, but
Deadpool does have a heart, at least.
it's
It's
true.
not like he's completely heartless.
He won't murder children
He won't. He will
or
not
old
murder
people.
children.
Uh, yeah, no, like he was one of mine. Uh, one of my favorites from DC actually as an anti-hero is the main man Lobo.
Yeah, I was thinking about him when you brought up Ghost
Lobo.
Rider.
Hmm.
Isn't Lobo the only one who Ghost Rider's penance stare won't work on?
Um,
I
I
know
mean,
for
probably
sure.
not really, because yeah, it wouldn't really work against Lobo because I mean, technically nothing works against Lobo.
Wait,
Lobo, kind of like Deadpool, uh, cannot actually die. His because he also has an insane healing factor. Lobo is
Isn't
the
I
white
remember
dude.
reading somewhere that he got banned from both afterlives.
Yes, he did. He got banned from heaven and hell. Also, so like he can be reduced to his soul, but one time he was actually killed. His body was destroyed. His soul possessed a slug, and then he grew back into himself from the body of that slug.
I'm
Oh
I'm a
wow.
I'm a little confused here for a second.
Yes.
Because Brandon asked about Ghost Rider not being able to do the stare on Lobo.
It wouldn't affect him because he doesn't see what he does as crimes.
Right,
It's the same
but
thing. Like it wouldn't work against the Punisher because the Punisher doesn't see what he did as crime.
isn't Lobo from DC?
He is, but it's still one
And
of the like a
Lobo's
character that wouldn't work against Ghost like with Ghost Rider.
I just remember hearing that somewhere, so that's why I brought it up.
They
I
talked
didn't
about
realize
it
he
like
was
because there was a
DC
death
though.
battle. There's a death. They were talking about like for death
Oh,
battle.
okay.
Or something.
Oh
That makes
yeah.
much more sense.
Yeah, because yeah, it's one of those things. Like if like it's like it the penance stare also wouldn't work on Darkseid because Darkseid doesn't see anything he does as a crime. It's one of those things where it's
Gotcha.
like unless like their mind is so warped that they don't see anything they're doing as a crime, like even with like someone like Thanos or Darkseid, somebody that's committing mass genocide, if they don't see it as what they're doing, if they see what they're doing is for the good or the greater good, then the penance stare won't actually affect them. But if they know if they're being cruel just for cruelty's sake, then yeah, the penance stare works on them.
Gotcha. Okay. Another anti-hero who was mainly a villain until here recently, which we did mention earlier in the podcast, from DC is Harley Quinn. Um, would have loved to have put her on my villain list, but like we said, she is currently part of the Bat family,
Indeed.
which is insane to think about that she would become that. Especially when she's, I believe, I don't know if she still is, or at one point, I know she was in a relationship with Poison Ivy.
She has been on and off as far as I can think of.
But, yeah. Okay. Um, is there anything else either one of you would like to talk about before we wrap up tonight's episode?
Nah,
Make sure you
unless
guys sub to Gary, and if you sub to Gary,
Absolutely.
also come sub to me.
Absolutely.
Please.
Actually,
Pretty
yes.
pleased with the cherry on top.
Brandon, where can people find you?
Um, let me put myself in the name in the name. In the chat.
Well, I was going to have you say it out loud because this is going to YouTube and
Right here.
Yes. Green Leader 001. Although if you search Green Leader, I'll come up. Yeah, Green Leader 001. Actually, in the process of trying to decide what I want my Twitch uses the word brand, what I want my brand to be. Trying to decide what I want to associate myself with so I can go about trying to get emotes and profile picture set up. So yeah, it's a fun time so far because as we've already seen, couple different times tonight. I'm very indecisive.
Nah. Mikey, where can people find you?
Well, I am here most of the time.
On the
But
podcast,
I'm
obviously.
Well, and also on your other like gaming streams from time to time.
Yep.
Otherwise, on the Twitters, I am Nevdiddy88, where I will be making sure to let people know when we are popping up, which is, of course, same time every week here.
10 p.m.
Or 9 p.m. Central.
Yeah.
9 p.m. Central. My English got broken for a second. I had to fix it.
Before we do say our goodbyes, I do just want to give a quick update for next week.
Do you like energy drinks but hate the crash at the end? Then try Dubby Energy Drinks. Go to dubby.gg and use promo code
Got quiet all of a
GaryWright2022.
sudden.
I think you're.
I was waiting for the talking thing about the Dubby energy drinks to get done.
Oh.
Next Thursday at 10 p.m., we will be doing the results for the AEW Revolution pay-per-view. We will be announcing the points for who got the most points, who got the least points, just so we know where we're standing at after the first pay-per-view. And then we will be talking about, I think since we're only doing one list next week, instead of doing the top 5, we're going to do the top 10 favorite video games of all time.
Yeah,
Oh goodness, that's going to be... I mean, I'll have an easier time with that than I will with the Marvel one, but...
The only stipulation I am putting this on is if it's a franchise, you have to choose one game out of that franchise. You can't have multiples of one franchise.
Yeah, that
That's
sounds
fair.
good. I like it.
So, like, Brandon, you can't be like, Mass Effect 3, Mass Effect 2! It's one Mass Effect, and then no more.
No. Yeah. If I was gonna pick a Mass Effect, I'd probably have to go with 3.
Well, you're not
But
supposed to
anyway.
say anything.
I don't know if Mass Effect is actually gonna be on that list though.
Yeah, he's got to
I
figure out the
know.
whole.
I have to actually make myself a list. I definitely have to make myself a list. 'Cause
But also, spoiler alerts, because next week is the review of a pay-per-view with the points and stuff, we will have Brandon on as a special guest again.
cool.
Yeah.
Because he has to be here to find out how he did.
Probably terrible. But we'll see.
Oh no, you had some really good choices, man. Like, there's a possibility where you could actually beat me and Mikey.
Hey, going
I
in
guess.
without knowledge sometimes can always work out. Like, because AEW, they do like to do things. They do like to do some different things sometimes, where they'll like to throw you
They're
a
more
swerve,
willing to shake it up than WWE is.
Yes.
more than it had been. I will say that
Oh, yeah, with
currently,
Triple H
they're-
in charge.
yeah, he's made it a lot more fun,
Unpredictable.
Yes.
That's good.
Excluding the last pay-per-view where me and Gary called literally every single person that won.
Except
That
for
was-
how it happened. That's where we fucked up on.
We called all the victors.
Yeah, we called the victories correct. We just didn't count how they got there correct. But I just wanted to say thank you for everybody who joined us this week and last week. And we hope you had a good time and enjoyed it. And we hope
Please
to
come back
see
again.
you back here next week. Brandon, anything you would like to say before we sign off for the night?
Don't forget to follow, and if you decide to subs get ad-free viewing on Twitch. If you're on YouTube, you can still find me under Green Leader, and you can find Gary under where you got this video from.
Ninja Stalker 28.
And subscriptions are free on YouTube.
Yeah.
Might not get ad-free viewing, but actually we're not monetized, so you probably will get ad-free viewing. Yeah. Yeah.
Please
Come see us
come
next
back,
week.
enjoy.
Alright. And I am ending this stream now, guys. Thank you. See you next week.